Are you sure? Huh? Let's wait for... Because, yeah, but let's wait I don't like how these things keep going. Falling asleep or something. They keep, yeah. And it's a pain in the ass. You should start it back up.
Coming in, turn them around, going right back out. Let me know when you're ready, please.
We're putting our show for you, and we'd like to give them our appreciation.
And this one especially.
Where do you have Pete?
Huh? Oh, he's outside.
With the flag ready?
At this time, I'd like to say a huge thank you to Strong Racing, Zero and Vanessa's
Control 5 hours.
So yeah, just let us know when we should be
Yeah,
Control 5 hours.
Yeah.
I'll go grab one from the room if I have to.
Yeah, that would be good. We could hang it right there, yeah.
Control 5. They're going to chase around on them one more time.
This is gonna be
Copy that. Thank you. We will see how they do, and if we need it, we'll use it.
We really, really appreciate you.
Scott.
So as we mentioned previously,
All right, Control 5, go ahead and head
No
out.
weak speed though,
Turn
because I got
two,
Jay's
go,
coming
wait.
and coming right back out to do
And then will
another
we run the
for
national
you.
anthem because we got T-boats coming out?
Okay.
You want to do it now? Yes.
Yes, we have clearance to do it now.
When he does the national anthem, put him in lane 1
Okay.
and I either want a very small wing or no wing because I got T-boats coming out right away. And he plows.
I like
So don't let him plow, but put him in lane 1, please.
No?
Does that work?
Yep.
Sound system.
Okay.
Very well done.
I do all the H1 stuff.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. I'm the race director of waterfalls.
Oh, okay.
So I run Tri-Cities.
Oh, okay.
The big race.
Oh,
Yeah.
right on.
And the region chairman and the referee.
All right.
What I did and then say I knew there was a microphone in my face.
So you do the drone program there, or just the officiation, or?
Well, I'm the race director. I put the whole thing on. I'm from Tri-Cities.
We've got a lot of things to
Yeah,
do.
and
There's
but
a
I'm
lot of stuff
a
going on
referee. I
this
was
weekend.
the chief assistant referee of American Powerboat for
Talk a
5
little bit
years.
about
Oh,
the
okay.
museum. They've got an
I'm
event coming up.
one of those guys that can't
First
say no
weekend in
to
October,
things.
first weekend in October.
But I know what to look for, and I know where to get you guys situated on the course. So that's why I'm really doing this. So you know next time, because well, the next race is Debbie. Yeah, go that side.
Region Kings inboard season.
Yeah, just so that way you get more
After
familiar
that will
with
be
being one of the officials also. Sometimes the race
Run
drive
tower.
when Casey would nice.
Right, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Did you happen to get a depth while you guys were out there?
It'll be a different experience.
It's just another, like, I love
looking
drones,
forward to it. I'm
but I
also
was
a
also
little
like,
concerned
with
at
this kind of
times.
event,
There's
it's
gonna be a lot
like,
of time to fill.
you need a third person.
So people are gonna hear a lot more history, hopefully some more interviews, and that's one of the things we want to do today tomorrow.
And then now you got drones. It's like, all right, well, where's the third guy on the tower to watch the video?
So,
It's
expect that.
another position.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what everybody.
Folks are getting
Yeah,
first time
that's
And
why it's
then-
taking so long.
Yeah, and then it's also like, all right, well, you don't know where to fly because nobody's actually saying, hey, where you want to go higher, go further back. Here's what we're looking for in the parks.
How
Yeah, I'm
That's
glad
what
you're here.
That's where for me it's like, all right, yeah. So we want to be on the outer part of the race course, so we can see all the boats make that arc.
Right. And what I've done in the past is sit right. This is turn, the first turn, but I call turn 1, turn 2, right? So mainly watching that down the rows, so that from here, so that I can see them and what lane they're in, and through this turn, and then widen up the frame, try and keep everybody in it. Just follow the first guy.
No, you have to be. That's why the altitude is better, because that's where it gives you your everyone in.
Yeah, you can't really make out whose boat's who, but
if I'm looking out here, I know all the boats. So for me, it's like okay, I already know which lane everyone's in, and then
So that's what I'm, and then that's what we'll be doing on here too.
So is this turn 1 and turn? I call it turn 1, turn 2.
Yeah, it's turn 1, turn 2. Yeah.
Perfect. And then they're turning those boats around. Then we're going to do the national anthem, T-boat qualifier, which is just for the rookies to go out.
Okay, so we got a while yet.
Yeah, we have about.
So we might want to get up and do around for the national anthem. That might be kind of
Beautiful cars.
I have this the same thing.
Whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah. No, go ahead. Yeah. And we'll throw that up on the live stream. Even though I told everybody it wasn't going to be it. I'll see.
We also have Cindy with the fire
I
department,
got that back cord.
who is going to be selling cotton candy, providing lemonade. She'll also have popcorn and snow cones available.
Oh no, was that
So
you?
if you are
Oh,
looking for some quench thirsty,
All right. Yeah. So if I go
to
here.
assist in the cooling
Yeah,
down,
you're 2. That's
you know,
if I go here. I'm still there. Okay.
lemonade or
Switch over to you.
cool snow cone once you're help out bringing that over to that. So, please visit Cindy with the fire department.
They're getting it back up into position right now.
Your name is, and they have me walk away, and I'm like, the problem is that I want to come up and be like, oh, you don't know.
Just let you know, the thing got a pretty good one. Yeah, the beautiful thing is when it gets
For dinner,
to race.
for those of you that are interested, and we really encourage you to attend this, the fire department is putting on a fundraiser for one of their own who is fighting a battle with cancer. They will be doing a sloppy Joe / hot dog dinner with coleslaw and a number of sides and a drink for $15. Please support this. This gentleman has been involved in the fire department for over 50 years, and all benefits from this dinner will go to his family to help offset the cost of his medical expenses. You'll hear us talk about it throughout the day, so please put it in your memory, and we'll keep reminding you about it throughout the day.
Thank you, Jill. Just so you know, and I don't think you heard it over the radio, but we're trying to get one of the boats anchored out there. We've got an issue with that. Anytime you run in a river, you got a current, and depending on the flow of the river at the time, it can be a lot. Sometimes not near as much, but they're dealing with that right now, and we're just waiting for them to get that boat anchored so that we can get back to our
Your turn is that.
Kates of racing and exhibition.
And the yellow one right behind it over there.
And when I say exhibition, that is about the vintage boats. And they will be out a little bit later. They're early in the program this morning. They're not that far down. They're about halfway through. So, but we will be able to see the old and the new. Lots of different sized boats here. We got the smallest of APBA's inboard to basically the largest of inboard. We have a GP that's here testing. Will be the first time the boat is actually.
So this is turn 1 right here.
I shouldn't jinx it, but
That's
still
going
the
to be
run
turn 2.
today. I heard the engine fire and warm up a little earlier. Eric Christensen
Right now
here
we're
with
just kind of
8.
following
and they're running this Cody's Marine Saloon this weekend
Gotcha.
And then
as a
we'll
sponsor.
get up and get into place.
Yeah,
But they're gonna
okay,
get
so
some
that's your turn that
time
you're
on the
gonna
water.
be at.
Eric was, I
Just
think
wanna
was
be
in boat
facing-
last year, but he's gotta get seat time, before heading to
Yeah,
San
it's
Diego
kind of. I
next
think the
month.
race they got the
And,
horse sitting this
They
way.
fair down there.
Yeah.
I think that's our turn
We
over
have
there.
the
Yeah,
E350s.
well, yeah,
We
that's what
have
I'm
good
seeing all
fleet
of them.
this
Yeah, you'll
week.
actually
We
run.
got
There's
a
the
ton of
Zodiac,
T-boats,
there's the
17 boats.
pontoon boat for our turn judge. That's
That
where
will
the
be
flags
fun
are
to
going to be.
watch.
That's not a
Six
postmark.
vintage,
And then
number
Keith
of
is the boat
2.5
way out there.
stock,
That's him right
2.5
there.
mod,
So we'll want to be in this.
1 liter. We've got one cracker box,
Yeah, you're gonna want way down.
SE. We have the Sport Series.
And then you'll look downriver.
We've got a whole range of boats to run. Should be a lot of fun. We're blessed with
So are you
wonderful weather
using
right
both
now.
your
and
drones
tomorrow
and
it's showing
then-
little,
and the
little
ATV
stronger wind tomorrow.
I'm
but,
going to use my drones for right now.
Just-
This one, I'm not insured for this one.
Right.
So I'm going to just play with
All right.
this one. So
Here we go. Here comes your countdown.
And we'll include it for next week.
Gotcha.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, green flag on the course, and you can hear those.
No, it just, but it gives you an idea of what you're looking
Oh,
for.
okay.
Turn this back to a professional operating officer. It's okay. So,
You don't need 15 feet. All you need is a motor.
Yeah, for like turn one, you want to be back further.
Ozzy Cassidy in 117R.
And that would be
Matt Cassidy in 119R.
Because I don't see any of the
Harper
movies.
Moen Kelly in 23R.
Okay.
And Kobe
Now if you could go,
in
towards us. you
107R.
want to go this way?
That's away from us.
Away from us? Okay. Let me, yeah, yeah, right, you go, if you go away
We
from us.
do have all
Yeah, go
6
away.
of them
My
out
bad,
there
sorry.
right now.
Trying to get more
And
into
they will
the
be
river.
running a
So,
3-minute
now
gun
you see how there's right here,
and 3 laps
around.
on the
So this is
course.
like, you want to be right with this building? Right here is good, right
We
there.
will be doing our national
See how you can see
record
it?
after this heat.
So closer and a little higher, maybe, right?
Yeah, your altitude is good.
The Canadian
But
national
right there,
anthem
so you can still see the whole corner.
and
Okay.
the United States anthem.
So we won't have to do. We just sit there.
Sit there.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, this stays here all the time.
Yeah. I can sit here and I can watch.
Now we're vying for position.
Thank you. Resources are
And then just this is a prop check.
Do you happen to have a
They should be punching up a little bit here for you as they come around to continue our start.
I thought, Bob, thank you.
20 seconds.
Here we come to the start.
Yes.
They're moving.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
It is under review. We will let you know once we know what the tower is saying. Start is under review. We do have them pretty spread out at this point. said before, the numbers are extremely small.
That's
and able
just
to
for
be
outboard
seen at this
outboard.
point, even
We
with
run
my
multiple
binoculars.
categories in American Powerboat in our events.
Uh-huh.
So you have to literally jump like a whole category. And like I'm a referee for every category.
Okay.
So like unlimiteds are different than inboards are different than stock outboards mon outboards, pro outboards are different than the junior class outboards versus the performance craft versus offshore versus sprint boats versus river race boats. I don't know. Categories. Jan is one of the directors for American Powerboat, and she is the special events chairwoman, co-chair. There's somebody on the East Coast, which would be Jimmy Shane's mother. And I don't know if you're familiar with Jimmy Shane.
I worked with Jimmy. Jimmy Shane was my supervisor when I was in California.
I saw the feather. Yes? 23!
We are on the white flag
Satellite thing.
which means white flag means that they have one lap to go. Okay,
Yes.
it's official. 23.
That's what I'm talking about.
Harper Montelli did jump the gun. She was just a little bit early. That's unfortunate for her,
We're about my
but it does happen. We do have a good race going for now, for second and third as they come around turn 2. Again, we have 3 brothers out there on the course at the same time. These are Rich Cassidy's boys. So that, ladies and gentlemen, completes our J Hydro heats for the day.
What's that?
They will now come in and again, 23.
No, but here they were using the release. Some people fish with it. That's what the release mechanism is all about. Fish Who thought they'd be dropping bombs?
For those of you that have not heard, 23R Harper Montelli did jump the gun.
And he got his work.
Okay, so I would like to introduce Debbie Meyer, who will be singing for you the Canadian and the American National Anthem.
Nobody uses those.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallant and streaming. When the rockets were glad, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you, Debbie. That was beautiful.
Okay, you still got me?
Where else down there? Yeah. Do we know if that clock is yet? Well,
Moen Kelly. In 5th place, 115R Prue Cassidy. And in 6th place, 25R Ryder Burks. So congratulations. Again, that's pending inspection. Colby, if you're anywhere in the area, we'd love to have you come up to the announcer stand for an interview. Hope to see you. So congratulations again to our
to our race directors, Tiffany and Kip Brown, whole bunch of people involved in all of this stuff, our safety and rescue, our tow and rescue.
Yep, everybody's in
All right,
place.
here comes your countdown.
Scoring ready?
momentarily.
Gate pro. streamed at Tri-City. Sennheiser.
Revitalize a lot of stuff that's going on. There's a lot of discussion about different events and things that we need to do. Dates being moved in some instances, so all of that plays into it.
And that's for transmit.
Hopefully everybody enjoys the weekend and we're ready to come back and do this again. Like I
And
said,
that's for
the
a
7th
what?
of September, we will be in Brewster.
Oh, for audio. Oh, okay. Yeah, because
this
that's.
is a small course for what we have in Brewster. I was able to go up and I don't remember
Yeah.
the name of the road. It's just between our two towns. It's what I'm about to go up. And I went there on Friday last week.
Yeah. And I was wanting to
course.
hook this
It was
into.
huge.
They said they were going to hook me in so I could get that nice and clean, and then to have that one kind of noisy in the background.
Put out that with that road and copycat this year. But he came in and goes, huge, and we laid it out. Good tunes, all
Okay.
that. But I went up there and I came down and told
Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would be great.
Hopefully we'll get that again this year. Part of it depends on water levels because there are some
Yeah, that would be really
obstructions in
cool
the water.
because that,
We've got some
that's
really shallow areas, we have to be careful of that. But, great place to run, a lot of community support, just like here in Pateros, just like Manson, Cheyenne, Antioch. They're all small communities, but they love what we do. They love the tax leveling, especially that comes into town. And people always ask about that. Why should we be a part of it? Well, the first time we moved Brandon from Cheyenne to Manson, 7 miles, we asked everyone to keep their receipts for the weekend. There was something like $85,000 in money that was coming back. And I'm sure that's not all. That's huge to a small community. You don't make a great
For a while.
product with communities.
Yeah, I would imagine it would be. It would be really. Oh, the whole boat got wet.
We
Oh,
invite everybody to come
there
out.
goes $1,400. Well, just in the Maverick.
Somebody that would just like to
Yeah,
be
those are
part
gonna
of
go a
this.
lot.
You may not want to be a part of
Great
it
right now. We just have a lot of stuff on.
We're always looking for folks to help sponsor.
Yeah,
You don't have to be
GoPros.
wealthy, you don't have to
I
be
could
well.
tie into them, you know.
$250,
And then,
$500, $1,000
Yeah.
goes a long way to flag is on it.
Go home.
Just so you know, guys, I used to have that trouble at home. Free battery.
Looks like our favorite announcer out of California. Brian, nice to see you. Is your wife here as well, I hope? Oh, good. Everybody's here. Always good to see you, my friend. Brian and Heidi were guilty party that invited me to California to announce last year at Brewster. And that turned out to be a great time down. They put on a great show. They were able to get a lot of sponsorship, and it was only the second year that after doing an event sanctioned by APJ this year. And moving forward, they're looking at doing things a little differently.
White 12 stretch.
And it's probably not like this is a big one, so some of the rules and things that they do it down and study. Those that have rooms that stay in that actually really beautiful setting. Hopefully down the road we're going to make the race there as well, or do it on the car, but we're not actually racing the exhibition. One of the things that comes out of that is our presence down there, especially the sign up, and listening to things that we have to say. And I got to tell you, I was on the phone. And there was up to 4 or 5 times a week.
Oh man, I get down there and get stuck down there right in the crowd, man. Judging
They listen to
something.
what we have to say. We're the geniuses up here. We're not. We're just very busy. But they listen to what we have to say. They help them make a better event. And with
Are you guys ready to go back up?
I think it's I remember correctly, close to that.
Drivers in the water, let's go.
Get batteries. Great
Yeah.
show.
Yeah.
Next year, I would say that more boats from here, more boats from California. Hopefully,
You know, we're
we
not
get
going to
some
have
East
enough
Coast
time to do
folks
this,
to
the
come
raw
out.
footage like this. Because he already wants us back up. So.
Tim, Mr. Collins.
Hopefully, we can get them out here. We have Buckingham, which is early, and Antioch,
Oh,
which
yeah.
was in July this year. But we also have Green, West Virginia, which is over the weekend. And one of the things that's going
Yeah, I got plenty, actually.
Myself and others, my son, Sean Felsen now, as leaders in the Nipperville's Imaging Store, is having a tryout of events with the three cornerstones of it, the beginning being those three events. And there are the festival style events, a lot of boats, and just a great time. No pressure, you just go out and run, enjoy yourself.
Go home.
Green, come back around. White, you'll come back around for a checkered, we'll clear the course. There is no clock on this. If you can send them out. Green flags on the course. Green flag.
That would put us good record, field record in this year, California. Then did a lot of different experience in different size boats. Moving up into the indoor ramps now with the deep under his belt. And I expect to see a whole lot more from that in the next few years, just like we will the lines and colors and colors. And we've only seen one of the colors so far. We'll see what passes in the next couple of years as he gets further into getting to the big boat. He'll be out there kind of best for his buddy and his dad and his grandfather for all he years. It can be a challenge. It can also be quite gratifying to go ahead and follow in some footsteps like that. One of the things that talk about as well this weekend should be how there's a light system that is a supplement to flags.
Checkered flag next time around with a black flag under it, please. You show flag boats for 2.5 stock.
Yeah, 12-4. Can you go grab him, please? It's a cannon. He's scared
Coming in.
So it's a regular cannon. That's, yeah. I am.
I don't know if you can hear that.
Yeah, because I'm not sure which captures there.
Thank you, Ryan.
They don't have anything in the light yet. We keep searching for it.
I got two sometimes. Did you get that doc?
Okay, once you hook him, go ahead and take him to the outside of the truck.
At the end of the day, we have to open it up. But then first thing tomorrow morning, I gotta close it again. I forgot to do that this morning. Jen, you show 5 coming out for 2.5 stock. That's okay.
It is guns. It is guns. Okay.
Got the freshie for you.
Just waiting for
So I know the cannon's down.
But I can tell that's the pistol.
So,
Paid attention to the water.
There's a shooting range up there?
It's some private property. They're allowed to shoot guns. It's Eastern Washington. Come on. Well, this is still America.
Are they going to start taking shots?
No, you're right.
That's a gun.
before the next race,
They're trying to get him out.
right now, because I'm trying to empty SD cards in between, but I'm not sure. I don't want to hold anything.
Thank you very much. One of the reasons for doing this, we want the young folks to know what this is like. trying to help these kids learn. I know a lot of the adults aren't necessarily, they talk a lot, but they don't necessarily learn football. I'm giving somebody a bad time right now. But, they all learn how to do this. And if you
Control
talk to
4,
Jay
just let me know when you're clear
Michael,
of the course and we'll get the
some of
next
the
seat
other
out.
folks around you who run unlimited, they might tell you used to be just like this. I remember Brody quite some time ago being trying to interview him, and it was one word. And he was like, those kind of times, I was good at the time, but it's a part of the learning process. And one of the reasons for me personally to try and do this, because I think it's so important for them to try and tell their story and share that with all of you.
Tuck
So
and roll,
hopefully
tuck and
that
roll.
works, and we have some more people to come out and do this, because it's a lot of fun. It's a whole lot of fun.
He's almost clear. He's gonna be a
Aaron,
Yes.
okay. 1 liters after the start, turn 1, aerial view.
It was good.
It was good?
Yeah.
Just listening
we confirmed
on
with
the
aerial
referees
views.
asking about aerial on turn one at the start. And I guess we should probably talk about that a little bit. We haven't used them since the first race of the season usually. Aerial drones are here. We will have them for the last 2 events as well.
Right.
Part of this is
You want to
something
replay?
that had to do on our season times. Whose boat was won, by the way. They want to go
Copy
to
that. Thank you,
using
sir.
drones at every event for
Take it to the ramp.
the reason for
Control
that
4.
is being overhead with the elevation.
I guess that boat is going to the
It's
out
very hard to
ramp,
run
so
water.
the pit that's right in front of you, so go ahead and just take them straight in there.
Okay, Aaron?
Yeah?
Can you start this iPad for Lisa, please?
Yes.
I'm not an iPad person.
And look down on it, you can see where people are singing or approaching one another together. And those are always from contention at times. Not always, but
They want to
a
instant
lot of
replay.
times it can be, because if you crowd.
They suspect foul play.
We can talk about seafaring.
So, why do I have?
And I'm not gonna say anything about it, but that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
brought
Let's
up.
let's empty their.
And I don't think that was.
Well,
really-
still, like, maybe you should just like swap them out.
But,
If I had more, I would.
so, we're trying to
Yeah,
do that.
and
So
so
we
I
have
think I'm gonna go get more.
our
Because
drone
tomorrow,
operators
that's what I'm
here,
gonna do.
we've got
Tomorrow I'll be a little
some
better
others.
today.
There's also a drone
All right,
with the city staff that'll be flying around today.
We're gonna give you
Getting some footage for promotional.
So this is 5 is next. So 4 is the one we just had.
The good footage that we're getting from our drone operator will be available on YouTube.
There you go. 4 minutes.
I think they're live streaming now.
I can't do all of this at the same time.
2, 1, mark. 2, 1, stop.
Okay, so what do you
out to him, but he doesn't alter my car.
Okay.
which makes it a lot of fun, quite frankly.
Yeah, we did see you get in, that you were able to get lane one. You were basically doing a park and start. Can you tell me about that?
Well, I race against a couple of guys that have done a few heats over the years, and I'm able to parrot what other people do. So I've watched Jeff, and I've watched Mike, and I've watched my compatriots over the years, and so I'm learning a thing or two. And so yeah, that I specifically I've watched Jeff a lot, and Jeff's the best at getting lane one and holding lane one. And so I'm not ashamed to say I've watched him over the last 5 years to try and learn what he does and get good at it myself. And I've been pretty fortunate this year to get lane one quite a bit. That being said, Jeff, other than a couple of races, hasn't been in the 2.5 stock class this year, and so that's helped with my success in lane choice for sure.
Okay. Now, I guess it's been, you referenced 5 years. Is that about how long you've been racing now? I remember you being awarded Rookie of the Year a number of years back.
Yeah, I got Rookie of the Year in 2019. This is my 5th season racing because we took the 1 year off for COVID.
Okay.
And so, well, I got involved. As most people that I race with know by now, my father was the head rescue diver for the Tri-City Water Follies from '66 to '79. And so, as a kid, I was in the pits in the Tri-Cities, and so I've always kind of had a passion for it. And then I was working night shift one night and thinking I needed to get a new hobby, and started looking up how to build and race a hydroplane, and because I've always had the passion. And I ended up going in 2017 to a race in Black Lake. And ironically enough, so there are 2 separate pits in Black Lake, and I actually thought I was going to build and race an outboard hydroplane. And by chance, I happened to go to the wrong pits that day. And
it was the right pits.
And I ended up meeting Conrad Malmo and the Crazy Eights team, and they were super helpful to me. And I remember asking Conrad that day, I was like, do these inboards, do they get going fast enough to flip? And he goes, oh yeah. He goes, that red one right over there went over this weekend. Well, it turns out that red one, which was Ray Badger's boat at the time, is the boat that became mine 2 years later.
Okay.
Not because of that or anything. It's just the way things worked out. And so I ended up I just was there for the one race, and I came back the next year and did what we had. It was called the school boat in Richland. We had a 5-liter boat that you could pay $500 and you get 10 laps. Anybody could do it. And so I came and did that, and I knew I wanted to buy a boat. And so I asked Brian Haney, who was helping out with that at the time, if there was somebody in the pits that might need some help. And he goes, go up to the 77 boat and ask for Monkey. And it's kind of a funny story, because if you've never met somebody named Monkey, it's kind of uncomfortable to come up and say, who's Monkey here, right?
Right.
And
that's very true.
So I asked Brian, I was like, well, what's his real name? I need to know his real name, because I don't want to ask for a monkey. And he's like, I don't even know his real name. You're going to have to ask for Monkey. And so I walk up and I'm like, hey, I don't know how to say this. Is there somebody here named Monkey? And Monkey turns around. He's like, hi, Monkey. And so we introduced ourselves, and he was the crew chief for Jason Osloxon at the time. They were nice enough to let me crew for him for the rest of 2018. And then I started crewing for him for a couple races in 2019, and that's when Ray's boat became available. And so after the first 2 races of 2019, I bought mine, and my first race was in Soap Lake in 2019, and I've been racing ever since.
Very cool. Very cool. And how's being Commodore treating you?
That it's treating me really well. The challenge has been it's a new club, and we ran into some hiccups this year that the challenge is that it's not what I had planned on doing this year. I was vice Commodore, and I had to step into the role because of some things that happened. And so it's been a challenge having to get up to speed on everything that the Commodore does, settle into the role, and there's a lot. It turns out, I remember asking Dave Cassette when I ran for vice Commodore how much time a day he spent on club stuff, and he said he averaged probably 2 hours a day. And as Commodore now, more so than Vice Commodore, I see what he's talking about, and it really is. It's some days I'll work on club stuff for 6 hours. Some days I'll get a break and I won't have to do anything. But on average, it's an hour, 2 hours a day for sure.
Well, you're doing a great job.
Well, thank you, Jill. I appreciate that.
So, Jim, do you have anything else you'd like to ask Kyle?
I just want to say thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
He's and this the neat thing with Kyle. He's always approachable. I know when you first started, we did a lot of talking that first year, and he was always welcoming input. He was always glad to answer anything. So.
Amy Scheimer, please call the tower on the phone.
Thank you. No, that's good. That's good.
Thank you, Kyle. Good luck. Congratulations, and we're looking forward to seeing you out there for the next heat and tomorrow.
Thank you, Jill. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jim.
And what he was being modest about the park and start. He hit it. He was on time. The others were early, and that's huge because it's a split second that makes the difference on that. And he's worked hard at it. And I know it's difficult to do, especially when you're running against the likes of Bernard and J. Michael Kelly and. These guys aren't slouches by any means. I mean, the one just won Seafair.
Yeah, that would be J. Michael Kelly that just won Seafair.
And Jeff is probably in the fastest of the GPs. If it's not the fastest of the GPs running in HRL and GPA, it's right at the top of the heap. So very, very skilled drivers. And Kyle is, he's working. I know he's been frustrated at times because we talk about it. But he keeps persevering, and he gets better and better all the time. And sometimes you're on, sometimes you're not. Like I said, it's a fraction of a second. So we were talking a little bit about Kiwi.
Yes.
And what happened down there. And that was the Bobby Ray, the yellow boat that you saw out there, the conventional. As they came through this turn down here, I could see that he was pushing a lot of water. And the sponsons weren't down. It was the transom of the boat. And he waited until people got by, and then he made his way to the dock. And the problem is the boat sunk. He bailed out. The boat is down in the water now. I think it's probably partially up on the dock, but it's a deal. They've got to wait until a little bit later just to get the boat out of the water. The big problem was we had drivers that kept driving under red flag and a flare. And I'm pretty sure that will preclude them going back out for another heat in their boat. That doesn't mean the boat couldn't run, but we'll have to put a different driver in, most likely. Right. And I haven't heard on that. We'll find out.
We'll find out.
You hate to speculate too much. I know what the rules say, and I know I've had to make those calls before, and I've had to deliver the not such good news that you're done for the day, or in two cases, they were done for a year. You don't want to do that because sometimes that ends a driving career. And the one it did, it ended that gentleman's driving career. But in light of safety, we do those things. And that's why when we come here, and I don't make light of anybody's religious beliefs, but the referee becomes God in a way because he holds your safety in his hands with his decisions. And we do not want people getting hurt. Bad enough to have a boat get hurt, somebody get wet. We don't want someone to get hurt badly, especially for no reason, especially in a vintage where you're just doing exhibition. So, we'll stay on top of that. And once we know a little more, we'll share. It's always a tough one to do. It's also a tough one to receive.
Right.
I think you were there at Black Lake when I did that one. Somebody kind of lost their mind that day, but it happens. So it's all part of the job.
But we have to remember, and this is our vintage chairman's mantra, safety is paramount.
Yep, exactly.
And it is our number one priority so that we ensure that we're able to be out on the water so that we have our insurance coverage so that everyone can and be and do what they love to do, which is be out there and run their boats. So we have to take these precautions.
Exactly. And one of the other downsides to what happened is that means you're probably not going for a ride tomorrow.
I know. I was going to be driving that boat tomorrow morning for first heat, and unfortunately that won't happen. But, if somebody's looking for a driver, I do still have my driving gear with me.
And she will do everything in her power to bring it back in one piece. I don't think you've had any of them that
I've never had one
crap out. I'll
crap
just
out
say it
on
that
me.
way.
No.
And she does know how to start, and it was one of the things, and Jill talked about it earlier, and we make light of it, but being able to start, being able to be there and be a guide for the others, as much as I was kidding about them chasing the girl, it was true.
Well,
They
thank
were
you.
chasing you, because most of them don't know how to start, because a lot of them aren't former racers. It's like you and David Leach, because he was doing it after his dad. Uh, you know, you were vehicles, we'll just use that term,
Right.
to help others learn.
Yes.
And unfortunately, some don't. They'll never learn. And I'm not going to name anybody, but there are people that will never figure out how to start, and that's okay. But it's a little bit of a detraction from what we're trying to do.
I guess, as I look at it, it's definitely an old school way of starting. I mean, we don't have the radio people that the new class of hydroplanes have that help us with, where we need to be on the course and, helping us count it down and that sort of thing. We have to rely on ourselves and our abilities and having timing marks, having a clock in our cockpit with us,
Right.
watching the clock on the beach. And so it becomes, I guess it just becomes something that for me has become ingrained in my ability to try to figure that out. Do I miss on occasion? Sure. I'm human. But I'm not,
Oh, we're all
I'll-
fallible.
we're all fallible. Sometimes when they switch us up from a 4 minute to a 3 minute, it's like, what do I do now? But, you know, it, it's something that I pride myself on. If, if I can hit my, if I can hit the start, um, that, that is my success. I do drive one of the smaller boats in the region, and being in a combined heat with these larger boats, I'm not able to keep up with them, and so um, that is my success, is hitting that starting line.
Well, and talking about that, talk a little bit about the Grand Prix that we did at Entiat, which you remember from when you were competitively driving,
Right.
and I was around then. Uh, I mean, you nailed the start. I mean, you were there. You were first across. I mean, not that we were on a clock, but also you were there at the finish.
I was. So in Entiat, we did what we called a Grand Prix final. So it included a small vintage, which was my boat, which is a 145. My boat has a Ford Flathead V860 from 1938 in it. We had a mid-sized conventional, which was the water scamp, which you saw out here earlier. We also had, excuse me, we also had a mid-size cab over, which was the Country Stoves, driven by John Woodward. And we had the Pegasus, which is a 6-liter, driven by Travis Gilmer. And so what we did is, based on the size of the boat, is how we sent them out. So being that I was the small boat, I went out first, and then there was a certain amount of time before the second, third, and fourth boat went out. And I was able to basically hold off 2 out of the 3 boats. with my little boat. Finishing second, the only one that beat me was the 6 liter. We knew that that was going to happen. Didn't take him very long to catch up with me.
No, he got second place. I'm sorry.
Um,
And I would say that over and over again.
but I was very thrilled with the outcome. I was very happy with the performance of my boat. Uh,
Zach.
it's running great. So so that's something that in the vintage category we're looking toward doing more of when we have the ability to do those. Um, it it worked out and was everybody was thrilled with how we put it together and how close we were at the end of the actual event or actual heat. So you can be looking forward to something like that in the future at our events.
Yeah, and that was a topic of discussion in my shop for months. Actually, a couple of years we've talked about it. My son Aaron is now the region rep, and he really wanted to do this. He had seen it as a kid, and it's one of those things. Even though we're not racing, if we set it up with the spacing that we need, because we know Jill's going to go X amount on a certain kind of water condition, other boats are going to do the same. We separate them out. The whole idea is they go out and run just like they always do, but that final turn coming down to the start finish line to get the checkered flag, they all should be close to side by side. And then I free for all is a poor term, but
Well, it's a race.
then,
It's a dash to the finish.
yeah, then you just make a good hard run to the finish, and it doesn't matter who's there first. It's just the fact that it looks like we're racing, and everybody's together again, and it just helps to show the difference in the speeds and the size and all the rest. And it's a hoot to stand on the shore because you're rooting for somebody. And I got to tell you, having done this announcing for a number of years, most of you don't listen to what we say, because I've told at Chelan one time in the fall race, told them I don't know how many times that we don't race. There's no first, second, and third. And I got to the point after about the third or fourth time, people would say, "Did so and so win?" And I just went, "Okay, they're not listening. They're doing their thing," and I would just say yes, and that's okay.
Yep.
If people enjoy it and that's what they get out of it, that's fine. Uh, but it is a good thing to do, and I know we're going to do more, and I know Aaron would like to take it to California if
It-
possible.
It was a lot of fun.
It was
really
a
was
great
a lot
show.
of fun.
And the neat thing about that is when the flag went green for it, that was the mayor of Entiat that pushed the button to do it. And, that would be fun to do here, to have the mayor here do that. Same in Brewster and other places, because it gets a little more community involvement that way.
Right.
And that's what this is about. We bring the show to your town, and we want to put on a good show, not only racing, but the exhibition that we do with the vintage boats. So, no, it's a lot of fun, and there's a lot to be learned, and we're always learning and hoping to improve. It's like tomorrow. Tomorrow will go much differently than today as far as the way everything happens. It's just, it's the nature of it. You've done this race for, I think Tim had done it for 20 years, was the race director. Now we've got new race directors, but it changes every time a little bit. So you're always learning, trying to improve, and we'll keep working on that. And one of the ways of doing that is to introduce something that's maybe old, but people haven't seen for a long time, and that's
Right.
good. So always fun, always fun. So waiting to hear what our referee has to say to.
He's talking to them right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, I saw that. And then after they're done, I'm gonna talk with Zach, and I have a thought for the next heat that I want to throw at him, and then maybe discuss with the chief referee. Might simplify things a little bit for the vintage. And with vintage, sometimes simple is better, but we'll have that discussion shortly and go from there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're trying to get boats back into position as far as our rescue team and our tow rigs. And just as soon as we do that, we will be getting back to the action on the water. We thank you for your patience. Again, I would like to encourage you to check out the car show down at the end of the pits there on the grass. We've got Aston Martins and Jaguars for you to check out. We've got Cindy from the fire department selling cotton candy, popcorn, snow cones, and lemonade for your refreshments. If you need something cool to cool you off or something nummy to drink, she's got all of that for you right there at her stand. We've also got the fire department fundraiser this evening for dinner. Sloppy Joe's, hot dog, a lot of the other fixings. It's a $15 donation. If you're not wanting to join us for dinner, we would encourage you to stop by and put in a donation. They are raising money for one of their own who is fighting a battle with cancer. He is a 50-plus year veteran of the Pateros Fire Department. All proceeds from this fundraiser will go to help support him and the family with the medical expenses. So your support would be greatly appreciated. Also, a huge thank you to our sponsors, to the Strong Racing team for being our title sponsor of the Terry Troxell Memorial at Pateros Classic. We thank Vanessa and Daryl Strong for their support. We really appreciate it. We also like to thank Brewster Marketplace, Eisenhart Excavation, Valor Law Group, Chris Kenner Racing Specialist, KB Marine, Cody's Salon, Wright's Dollar Store, and Northwest Wholesale for their support. We couldn't do this without you. So thank you so much for supporting this wonderful event so that we can come out and put on a show for everyone here in the city of Pateros. Again, we'll be back out on the water momentarily. Thank you for your patience, and we'll be back on mic shortly.
All right. I just had a quick conversation with the referee. We were talking about maybe going to a flag start for vintage, and he said not today. Maybe we can look at tomorrow. I would love to see that happen, to have everybody come out, group on the back stretch, and come around and make their start like we have done at other events. Keying on one boat, whoever the inside boat is, and everybody catches them, and then they go around and make their start. And if you got some that are a whole lot faster, then they should group and go ahead, and the rest can run together. But we're going to be down to 5 after the incident with the Bobby Ray, it sounds like. And yeah, so Ed's done for the weekend, and tomorrow it will be. No, it's not either. This afternoon, it should be Darren Bartels this afternoon. I am sorry about that. I was part of that conversation. We got so many different people getting in different boats and all the rest. That was conversation this morning. Who was going to go first? Jen and Jeff Warren will be the drivers tomorrow for Ombre. And it's been one of the neat things with Ombre. I knew when Steve and I got together and put this project together, one of the things he wanted to do was bring back some of the people that have run in the past. A lot of people, a lot of the younger folks have no idea about Fred Leland and the impact that Fred had on the sport. The fact that Jen and Brandon Cushing's grandfather, Frank, was one of the builders of the Ombre, along with Ed Carrollson and Fred Leland. But Fred, after that, then moved on into Unlimiteds after we had one more boat, which was a 7-liter after that, but then made the switch in, I want to say, 82. We put together the first of his Unlimiteds. And then it was a year or 2 years later, he did the Packard boat. But then they borrowed some molds. I say that loosely borrowed. Budweiser, I don't know, they were gone all of a sudden, and they were used, and they built a lot of boats over the years, and some of those boats are still running. One of those boats was just redone and is actually for sale. I know the Go Fast Turn Left group has a boat that Gary Coles just put a new capsule in. Actually, the capsule out of Darren Bartel's U11 or GP11 is in it now. So Fred had a huge impact, and when you go through the pits and around the Unlimited pits and see people that worked with and for Fred over the years, there's a huge impact. So, and there's a lot of people like that. We talk about Terry Troxell. Terry was involved in lots of stuff over the years, from inboard to Unlimited. Actually drove Unlimited. I think he and Jeff, if I remember right, both drove at the same race at Seafair one year before Terry had the heart attack and we lost him. But just one of those guys that here comes that funny talking guy again. All right, Paul, come on over here and sit down.
Okay, bud. Oh.
So you wrecked the boat, so Jill couldn't drive it tomorrow, right? Is that? Go leave the briefcase. Don't worry about
buddy.
that.
So what happened?
Just on the note on Terry,
wonderful man. He was the very first guy that sat in my little boat when I first came here in 2007. Um, he was always a towering figure that would be standing behind you, and you turn around and you see this big guy, and he'd just say, "How you doing, Kiwi?" And so I had a lot of respect for that man. But yeah, today's been an exciting day, guys.
So tell us what happened.
Well, the boat was running so well after changing the props and getting some stuff done with it, like I bought it last year. Running really, really well, but I believe something opened up in the sponson. I don't know. I started taking on water, and then I started saying, well, that's a little bit more water than I need. And then the engine started to slow down and wouldn't pull the boat forward. So I thought I'd better get back to the pits pretty quick. And by that time, it was filling up real fast. And I'd done my damnedest to get back to the pits, but unfortunately, she sunk just before. As I turned right, all the water then decided to go over left, and we started to do a slow roll. So I thought, it's time to take a swim, Paul. So that's where we ended up. I took a swim and sat and watched my boat sink. So sorry, Jill, you won't be driving it tomorrow.
No, unfortunately. Maybe I can twist somebody else's arm.
I think there's a lot of boats out there that would let you drive, and you're such a good driver.
Oh, well,
so
thank you.
I believe they need to get you behind their wheel. So come on, hombre. Jill's waiting.
So no idea what.
No, I don't. I'm just waiting for the guys to get it out of the water now, Jim, and we'll assess the damage, and then.
Well, I question whether it was a sponson. I mean, it very well could have
been. Could be, yeah.
But I watched you come through there, and I knew that there was an issue because I could see the tails going down.
Yep.
And you were pushing water like there was no tomorrow. But it was still level. It hadn't done anything odd. So I wonder about it. I just wondered, the bottom in that has not been touched in a long time.
Or we did the center section under the engine bay, and we did that with carbon fiber.
Right,
and we strengthened that up.
There's a whole lot more to it than just that area.
Yeah.
And I did when I restored that boat, when Bobby brought it to me and said, fix this thing.
Yep.
When we put new decks and I fixed the transom in the boat, we did some work back there, but we didn't replace the sheeting.
Okay.
And that's what bothers me.
Yeah.
And that's a cool little boat. It's all mahogany.
Yeah.
It's mahogany plywood, and it was mahogany framing.
Yeah.
And Bobby was able to get me some beautiful mahogany that we used to put that back together for the battens and some framing in it. And it's a cool little boat. I mean, Bruce McDonald used to drive the wheels off of that thing back in the day.
I heard Darrell Berenson, who's here, he's driven it. And I'm just proud to be able to put it back on the water like that. I will need to strip it back and do it properly, obviously. So we'll be talking to some people.
Well, we'll be looking at it later today, I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure. Picking brains.
Oh yeah, and that's the best bet. And I hope, I don't know, I don't know whether to hope it's bottom or it's sponson or what, because the way those are built, the center section of the boat is all built, and then they bolted the sponsons
onto the side.
And when you do bottoms in them, it gets to be a little bit of work.
Well, they take a beating too. They
do, and it's been around a while. That's for sure.
And that little engine, it's just a 305, a stock 305 with a mild cam in it. So I'm really impressed how it runs. So yeah, I'll have it for a while. We'll put it back together, and we'll do the due diligence, and we'll see you next year. Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Jill. And
Thanks,
we'll have it for the next ride. Next time it's out, you're getting it. You did well at Enia with it.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was fun.
It was fun. We had a good time out there.
Yeah, we did. I was looking forward to you driving it tomorrow because you'd love it. You'd get on it. Yeah.
There's always next time.
For sure. Thanks, guys. I'll go back and see the damage.
All right.
All right. And we definitely want to have a discussion with you probably tomorrow after you find out, and we'll let the folks know, and maybe we'll take up we've got to have a GoFundMe.
We've got a low Canadian dollar, but we'll make it work.
That sounds good. Thank you, Paul.
Okay.
Paul Kiwi Russell, our good buddy out of Kamloops, BC, by way of Vancouver before that, and from New Zealand originally, as you can hear in the accent. And I remember that first weekend here. He got in trouble before he ever ran a heat. I don't know if you guys were here that weekend or not.
We were not on the
That was
circuit yet.
that was funny. He very inquisitive, very yeah. I don't know. He just sometimes a little bit jumps into things. Let's put it that way. And he wasn't hearing the countdown, so he motored out in the course, stopped, looking around, didn't see anything, so he started it up again. So he was in trouble twice before we ever got the start of his first heat. Kind of set a tone, and he did stuff off and on that people frowned on a little bit. But the one constant, and he was my assistant for the region for a while. And as I've said, the one sitting next to me here was the best assistant I had, without question.
Oh,
And I
you
know she
flatter
doesn't.
me.
No, I'm not. I'm not blowing smoke, and I don't need to suck up about it. But as I've said, my final year, you did virtually everything. I didn't even have to hardly think about it, and I knew. So I couldn't do that with the guys. They weren't willing to, you know.
No
So,
comment.
no, I know. It was a good partnership as far as the way that worked back then. No
Yep.
question about it.
Yep, it
And
did.
we really were at a zenith for vintage at that time with the numbers that were coming out and all the rest.
Yes.
And one of these days we'll figure out why it is the way it is. So
Hopefully, we'll see the numbers turn around next year, and we'll see an increase in boat count.
yeah, exactly.
That's all we
and,
can hope for.
And in that light, if you are interested in getting involved in vintage and you want a boat, come see us. I know of 2 boats that have just come on the market. They're down in California. They're both excellent boats, and they're both ready to go. I don't know price. I won't even begin to speculate, but they're both cabovers. They're both Carolsons, and they would be a great asset to our fleet up here, and it would also be a lot of fun to drive. So,
Very nice.
yeah. Oh, yeah. And they're both beautiful. So, we'll do what we can. We want to get as many people on the water again. We had I guess that was on Facebook that Sean Kelson, who's vice chairman of Vintage and Historic, posted something 6 weeks ago, 8
Or
weeks
so.
ago, something like that. Is vintage dying in the region? And all kinds of a firestorm started. And one of the things that came out of it is I sat down and started putting a list together of boats that are ready to run, boats that need a little bit of work, down to pattern boats. And there's a bunch of those around. And I don't advise people to buy pattern boats unless you're an accomplished woodworker, boat builder, that kind of stuff, because you're going to end up going to somebody or probably not doing it right. It is pretty specialized. Not that people can't do it, but it's just figuring out some of the stuff, and it's not always that easy. But there's all kinds of boats that are available, and you can have a lot of fun. So, all right, just had to listen to part of a conversation with rescue and the referee. And hopefully we'll get back and going here shortly. But they're still trying to figure out exactly what they're doing, and we've got to get some people moved around on boats, get the boats back on the course to their positions, and we will go from there. It looks like radio people behind me.
Yeah, where's Kelly? Huh? Gord's doing the radios for him?
He was up here a minute ago.
2.5 mod.
Gord Bull to the radio corral. I think everybody else is here. Gord, we need you up here at the radio corral. I want to get the 2.5 mods on the water. Uh, lots of lots of juggling going on. Hopefully we see our boats our patrol are starting to head back to the course. So that means we're getting close. We got our radio corral that we're going to finish filling up with the radio folks. Thank you to Aaron Stevens, who's our assistant this weekend, working for the club, working with Scott Edensword as the head referee and Chaz Dodge being driver's rep. Getting to handle the fun stuff in the pits. We've all done that at some point in our time in doing these things. Normally it's not a bad job. But all right. 2.5 mod will be next, and we're just waiting for everybody to get back to their position. And we will have them on the water. Again, if you'd like to be a part of this fun and frivolity, all of the goofiness, be a part of this big, somewhat dysfunctional family at times. It's a loving family, one that cares for everybody. All right. Looks like Kelly's coming to do the radio. Kelly is here. All right. Thank you, Kelly. There wasn't any question about that, but. All right, here comes your countdown momentarily. All right, got one diver to get back on a boat and get them where we need to be. And we will be ready for that countdown. We got our radio folks are up here behind us, and they've got a nice. I'm glad they're here. Sanchez, I'm not saying that. I'm not giving you any props, buddy. Almost everybody looks good, except you and I. It's okay.
So the boats that'll be going out when we do get them out on the water for our 2.5 mod heat are Marissa Bartels in the A11. Oh, excuse me, I've been corrected. It will be Marina Bartels. We will have the A225 Judson Burnett, the S8 with Les Dethridge, the A90 with Preston Wrights, sorry, and the A21 with Gunnar O'Farrell.
And let's hope Gunnar holds up this time. Oh, he was a rocket ship up in Oak Harbor until Flywheel decided to go away. But I think we got some guy coming by here. Are you going to stop and talk, or are you going to keep walking?
I certainly can.
Well, sit down. Our good friend Ed O'Keefe is here, and he got to visit with the referee a little while ago.
I did. First time.
Yep.
Hopefully last time.
Well,
but
stuff happens. It's not what I would say off of here possibly, but stuff does happen.
You know what's good about it is professionalism.
Oh yeah.
From the ref, and just this is what happened. Don't ever do it again, ever.
Yes,
and
ever.
This subject's closed.
Well,
and it's just professional and done.
Yeah, and the whole thing, and I've been on that
too.
side, and I've had to issue cards and tell people they're done. It's not what you want to do. Most of it is a respect thing. Like you said, he was very respectful, professional. And if you're not, then that opens the door. Sometimes it opens the door for other dialogue anyway, as I've had. And it's not what you're doing. And what people have to realize is we're vulnerable, very vulnerable in those things. and nobody knows exactly what all's transpiring down there. But that's also why and you've heard me talk about this in the past, having your head on a swivel, knowing where the flags are, and this is all just part of, not getting on anybody about this. It's just what we do. What was your run like? And we'll disregard that part of this whole situation. Your run today. What'd you think?
It was remarkable what that boat does. It's a shorter course,
Yeah.
right? But the boat is an absolute rocket ship, and to the point where I was just touching the yellow buoys coming around on both sides, and it took all of what that boat.
All right. Nope. Just hang on 1 second. We're going to do a countdown here real quick.
Are your lids down? Lids are down? Yes. You guys ready? We're ready. Okay. Everybody ready? All five?
Yes, they're
Here
good.
we go.
We're ready. Clock is set at 4:10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, 4-minute gun, 2.5 mod.
All right. 2.5 mod coming out, and we'll finish up here quickly. But we get a chance maybe tomorrow, maybe later, we'll do a little more talking. But it was all handled the way it should be. And you enjoyed your run. I know that.
And it was great being out with 6 boats.
All right.
So
Ed O'Keefe, thank you very much, my friend. We will talk soon. You wanna talk about who we got out here? Thank you.
All right, so once again, we've got A11 with Marina Bartels, A225 with Judson Burnett, A8 with Les Dethridge, A90 with Preston
Right.
and A21 with Gunnar O'Farrell.
All right, inside, Preston Wrights in the 99. Outside, Les Dethridge in the Crazy 8. Marina Bartels in the A11. And this doesn't look good.
No, this doesn't look good at all.
I'm guessing Gunnar O'Farrell in the 21 going by right now is.
I have a feeling he's going to bring it
Got a
into the
feeling he's
pits.
headed for the pits. Ah, that's too bad. That is too bad. All right. Well, we still have a strong contingent out here.
Takes us down to 4 boats, but I'm sure.
Although Gunnar would be one of the fastest. Without question, Marina is the fastest now.
I'm sure he'll work on that in between heats and see what they can do to get it dialed in for the next one.
Right, and that is a Jones going by right now with Marina in it. That is a Jones up in the far turn, the Crazy 8. And the other boat is built by a guy that's part of the museum group, a guy named Jeff Richards.
Yes.
Long time ago. Boat that I put back together for Pat Bertram many years ago. And then talking with Jimmy Malden yesterday, finding out what they had to do again over the winter. Wood boats deteriorate, and it had some damage, so they've put it back together and should be good to go for quite some time again. The Sidewinder and the A11, the Bartels Racing, are true mod boats. The the 8 boat is not. It runs that Ecotech engine, and it is a stalker, but it's legal to run in this class. You can step up. You can't go the other way. So the mod boats couldn't run with the stock boats.
So we are on our white flag. Looks like Marina decided to come back around, and
she's going to have to get going to catch him.
She's going to have to get, she's running late at this point. Not quite sure why she decided to cut the course and come back across, but obviously she
Got an issue.
didn't like something.
Ah, darn it. They have just been
5,
plagued.
4, 3, 2, 1, mark.
Well, look
Lead
at that.
start. Here we go. We've got Les in first place at
This should
point.
be a good heat, even with just 2.
Preston is in second. Marissa, we have Marissa down in the second corner with a yellow flag up to warn our drivers of the fact that we have a boat down. Not sure what happened to Jetson. Les clearly has plenty of boat lengths ahead of the second place boat following behind.
I'm waiting until we get the Sidewinder back and running in vintage. I would love to do that. 2 very different boats, 2 very different eras. Jeff Richards building the 90, and that's quite some time ago. And I think, if I remember right in conversations, he's worked for both Kelson and Carrollson. And if you look at the boat and look at some of the Carrollsons, it's very similar. It's different, but it's very similar. In its heyday, that was a rocket ship. But what happens with a lot of these boats, over time they gain weight. They're repaired, they're fixed so many times. And that boat's been through a lot. I can tell you, I did a lot to it back in the day. And it hadn't been run that much since then, but it's still not what it was.
Les is looking really good out there in first place, throwing a beautiful rooster tail as he goes around the corner. We are on our white flag lap.
All right. Hopefully everybody finishes, and that would mean that Les has finished 2 heats in a row, and it's been a long time since that happened. I know after they fixed it last winter, they didn't get a full heat in, and it was broken.
And here's your winner, Les
Dethridge.
in Crazy Eights, Les Dethridge.
And I know all their thanks goes to Conrad Malmo for all his hard work in making that engine viable in this class. Conrad wanted to go old school and do it himself as far as the electronics in it. It was problematic, and finally he bought an aftermarket, and the thing came alive. And it is very competitive in 2.5 stock. And as you can see, when you run and finish, you can do quite well in the mod class as well.
Yeah.
All right, Preston Wrights, your second place boat. Come. I think Preston's fan club up here is pretty pleased.
Okay, you broke up. I only got the last part. What do you want? We need to run Sports C next. Then we need to run J runabout back to back. Then we're going to take the K Pro runabouts and we're going to move them to the end.
They're done.
No. did K-Pro Hydro.
Okay.
1.5 stock formulas, GP 350s, and then K-Pro. You got it.
All right, just getting the change in our lineup, and we're going to be down for a couple minutes here. All right, so let me just revise what we're doing here for everybody. Sport C, J runabout, and they'll run back to back. Then 1.5 stock, Formula 45, the GP E350, and then K-Pro back to back, K-Pro runabout. You saw the hydros earlier, you're going to see the runabouts now. Same engine configuration, just in a different hull. And that's the neat thing, like with the J boats. You run J stock, you pull a restrictor plate out, pull the weight out, the lead out if you've got any in your boat, and you go run K-Pro. So we don't always have a myriad of contestants or boats, but we have a lot of entries at our outboard events. And it's because you take the same hull, you run different modes. All right. I just got in trouble. No, I didn't get in trouble.
You're not in trouble. We're
No,
just
I know.
getting an update.
Hey, I apologized earlier.
We're just getting an update on and the correct information on
Go home.
the motor that is being run in the S/A8 Crazy Eights from Conrad Malmo.
Go ahead, tell them.
So, what Conrad has informed us is that when it's running stock, the ECU is a factory ECU. And when it's in the mod class, they run they basically run it at factory. It's factory tuned. It's actually a Ford Duratec, not a Chevy. And he also says, someday Jim will remember. So thank you, Conrad, for updating us. We really appreciate it. And hopefully we'll get it right the rest of the weekend. So coming up is our Sports C class, which is considered an outboard performance craft. These are a tunnel boat. And in that class, we have Gerald Benedict in the 697, Wes Friedel in the 447, Will Huff in the 560, Kayla Huff in the 991, Mark Mead in the 845, Joseph Morrison in the 999, and Kelly Burnett in the 12. So we'll have 7 of them out there.
I'm going to be curious to see how fast that 12 is now. I want to give Bob Shellhays a bad time. But and we have to. I'll do it later. I haven't had a chance to ask, but is it Kayla Huff or is it going to be Kayla Morrison?
Well,
because they got married in July in Hawaii, and so I haven't talked to him about that yet, but we'll find out.
Well, I am suspecting, since she is still going by Huff, that it's
That's the way it's registered.
that's
Yeah.
how it's registered. So maybe she'll even hyphenate it. We don't
Well, that's
know.
possible. Yeah. The thing about it, and I understand why she would do that, because she is a veterinarian,
Yes.
and that has impacts on all kinds of stuff with the state and all your licensing, and yeah,
Right.
just runs amok, needless to say. But if people were here last year, you will remember that she became Batgirl last year because of a little incident with a bat that flew into the tent last year. Still don't think she was bitten, but it meant that they lost quite a bit of time on, I think that was Saturday morning, running from here to Brewster to Chelan or Wenatchee, whichever, and just seeing the doctors and all the rest, and just one of those deals. But interesting situation, and now she has a little bat on the boat as well. Became Batgirl. I never call her that, but unless I can. But really a lot of fun, and we're going to have. We're going to have this. This will be fun because we actually have not only competition between each boat, but we have competition between two different teams this time. Because you got Will and Kayla and Joe against Russell, Mark, and Gerald. Sea Monster Racing, and I don't remember the other name at this point. I apologize for that. But it's the race within the race.
Right.
And I think it was Mark that came and told me that earlier. And it's fun. It's one of the neat things with these folks is they're here to put on a show. They're not the fastest. They're not the flashiest, but they have a ball doing it. It's competitive. And I think back, we have one of our T-boats down here. I think it's one this year, was normally 56 for many years. Steve Waldy, the owner of that, and Haley Scarborough, driver now for the last couple of years. Steve owned the 560 boat that'll be out that Will drives. And Mike White had the 991, different number at that time, that Kayla drives. And those two guys went tooth and nail week in and week out. All right, here is your countdown.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Green flag, Sport Seas, 4 laps.
All right, be sure and wave at them. They can see you.
And here they come.
And there's Will, got his parade wave up. Wes Friedel in the 447. Kayla in the 991. Gerald in the 697.
Take off.
And we're still missing, there's the 845. That should be Mark.
Looks like we're missing Kelly in the 12.
Waiting on Kelly in the 12.
The other thing about talking about the race within the race, we also, for those that didn't recognize it, we've got a father, a daughter,
father, son, and
then,
uncle.
And then we also have a wife and a husband.
Oh my gosh, Mortal Kombat.
So we've got a lot going on in this race.
It could be a lot of fun. And they're really good sports about this. And one of the things, and I always talk about it, because this originally, and it doesn't have to be, because like I said, Mike White did his entire career in this before he retired, and Steve Waldy did a lot of years in this. This is more of an entry level. I know we were getting boats that were available for in the $6,000 range, ready to go. Put gas in it and a battery and go. And if you're lucky enough, they'll fill it up before you go. But you can buy a boat today, do your paperwork, you could run tomorrow. And I'm sure there's boats available, just like all the others. There are boats out there. Like I say, You know, I just heard of 2 vintage boats that come available. I know where there's an E350 that's available, needs a little bit of work and a motor, but it's not far. Somebody had the boat this time of year, they'd be ready to go in the spring without any trouble. And somebody that had a motor already and a few things could actually make it for Manson the end of next month. So there's stuff out there. There are other boats available as well. Same with the outboards.
So again, we have the 697. I've got him as Gerald. Does he go by Jerry?
Jerry, Gerald, either way. But that's Uncle.
Okay, so Benedict. Then we've got the 447, which is Wes Friedel.
Friedel, yep.
We've got the 560, which is Will Huff. We've got the 991, which is Kayla Huff, which is Will's daughter. We've got 845, which is Mark Mead.
That's Dad.
And we've got 999, which is Joe Morrison, which is Kayla's husband.
Yep. And unfortunately,
we're on the white flag. About 30 seconds to the start.
Well, we got 5 out there. That's a good start. Maybe we can get the other one out for the next heat. Would be great. Love to see what Kelly thinks of that. Kelly, an outboarder, and she's also driven inboard now and vintage as well. Looks like Wes Friedel leading the way.
4, 3, 2, 1, mark, green flag.
All right, Wes Friedel, Kayla Huff, Will Huff.
Looks like a good start. Just heard from the tower, we do have a legal start. Looks like Will just took second place.
That is probably the best battle in this event with the Sports Seas, Kayla and Will. I was fortunate enough to be at the event where Kayla got her first win.
Here's Dad chasing daughter. It's Kayla coming across first with Will coming in second. Closing in that gap on her as they come around turn 1.
It's funny because Will's always so positive about Kayla, but he wants to do everything in his power to be in front. Here he comes again.
Well, you know, family on the beach, competitors on the water.
You got it. You got it. And he's right there. He's going to have about 2 or 3 miles an hour on her to get by. And the neat thing about these are 2 Hatsu engines. They're 40 horse, and they are totally and completely stock. The only thing that they've done on the engine, they jack it way up because the propeller can't be buried in the water or they won't run. And they put a racing propeller on the boat. Other than that, the engine is bone stock. Has power trim. That's why you see it running so nose high. You got to trim them way up because there is no power to drive it down the course. Not like a Formula 1 boat or the Formula 150s. These are 40 horse. There's just not much there. You can see on the 545 just how far it was trimmed out. And Will's running the 560 real high right now. So is Kayla. She's running into that breeze coming down the river. And to turn 2 they go. Kayla Huff still in the lead. White flag is out.
They will start their final lap.
Will went out a bit wide on that turn.
Oh yeah, he's trying to keep some speed up. The thing people have to remember about these boats are not designed to run on this kind of course. Tunnel boats, if you're a race fan, you've ever seen Seafair in the past, because they don't do it today. They ran Formula One there, West Coast Formula One. We have a little discrepancy in flags right now. But they run so well on a one pin turn. Well, they're right side by side in turn 2 up there. We'll see who can get off the turn first and make it to the finish line. Kayla taking the shorter route.
It's still green. We're still green. Now we go white.
White flag on the inside, checkered on the outside boat. Both have flags up.
That was a bit confusing as far as our flags this time.
All right.
So that was our final, with Caleb taking first place, Will taking second.
These boats are true. That's why with the Unlimiteds, they run 3-point hydros and not tunnel boats. They've tried them with automotive. They've tried them with outboard power. Actually had a tunnel boat that Chuck Hickling built that had rolls in it. The problem with the boat, the problem with Chuck's boat, is it didn't have the trim that it needed to make it work. And with the other boats, they just didn't have enough low-end torque to run with the reciprocating aircraft engines. Just how it was, these are designed to turn on a one-pin turn. And if you're running like our Canadian brethren run, and I understand they're going back east to run versus being here they're going back next week, but they run best on a one-pin turn. You go to the turn, you bump the power trim down once, maybe twice. The boat settles. As soon as the boat starts to slow minusculely, you hit the trim and go up a couple, maybe 3. And as soon as you do that, the boat is back up to speed, and it's like a rocket ship coming off the corner. As soon as it comes back up, then you got to trim it back down a little bit. But that's how they run. They don't work on a big turn like what we've got here. It's unfortunate, but that is the nature of the hull. And yes. All right, both Sport C inspectors to the tower. No, you're not in trouble, Brian. You didn't do it. Russell Mead to the tower, please. Russell Mead to the tower. I'll do that again here in a minute because I don't know if he can hear me or not.
Go home.
And if you're down in the ramp pits, please make sure Russell knows we need to see him at the tower.
Mo and Kelly Those are the two that I have. I've only seen one come out so far.
They're going to make liars out of us.
Oh, we've got one
Oh,
coming
there
out
we
of
go.
the
They're
crane
running out of the other
pits.
pit. That's a little more difficult down there.
And we'll see if there's anyone that's going to join them or if we've just got these two. Oh, I hear somebody else.
I think that, nope, you're right.
I'm not sure who the third one is. All right, so our other driver out there is Carson Kelly. These are our J Racing runabouts. They will be doing 3 laps on a 3-minute gun. So,
All right, you see the one boat making a turn across, second boat starting to do that right now. All right,
now at
1
the
minute
white
to your
flag.
start. And we're going to run at the end of the program. We're going to probably see the same boats without the restrictor plates.
Correct.
As K runabout, K Pro runabout, excuse me. The outboards confuse me more than the inboards at times. Probably way above my pay scale. You know what I get paid, don't you?
Well, nothing of nothing is nothing.
I'm here.
So give yourself a raise.
Yep. No, we have fun, though. We didn't get paid anything, but we have fun. That's what it's all about. Enjoy doing this immensely. All right, coming down for our start. We're at 12, 11, 10.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, green flag.
All right. Nobody over. That's good.
Got a good start.
Definitely a different sound there in that third boat, isn't it? That engine doesn't sound the same as the other two.
No, it doesn't.
And I'm not close enough right now to tell whether we got Mercury and OMC, and that could be what it is. I know back when I was running OPC and I ran a 4-cylinder, a 99 cubic inch Evinrude or a John Rude, because Johnson and Evinrude were the same motor, just with different cowlings and paint. The engine I ran sounded so different to the Mercury's, it was insane. And because of where you sit in a tunnel boat and where the exhaust is, you didn't hear your boat per se, but you could hear the others coming. And I always knew when there was guys coming up on my right. And the Mercury's had 15 horsepower, I think, over the Evinrude. But still fun to drive. All right, coming down.
So I believe this is Carson in the lead.
That the 25? Not the one. Is that the one he's driving? Is the 25? Nope,
No, that's Ryder that's
okay.
driving the 25.
Okay.
Harper's in the 23.
That's pretty sure that's a 25 right there, isn't it?
I believe so. I believe the 23 was in front of it.
All right. Once again to the ramp pits. Russell Mead, as soon as you're able, please make your way to the tower. Russell Mead, as soon as you're able, to the tower. these boats, entry level for the kids. Um, I've seen them run on a 1 2/3 course. And unless there's a dozen or more, it's not a lot of fun always. I mean, they're not going that fast. They are not going to go that fast. Not able to. The thing about it is, it's so competitive. I would have loved to have been able to go and watch some of the stock outboard nationals. But the weekend we were doing any at was stock outboard nationals at Moses Lake. And although it's only maybe an hour apart, if that, about an hour, just no way of doing it. But these guys can be so competitive, and used to be, I won't say today, I've done a couple of races with outboards, not my specialty, and I admit it. But if you can get 8, 10, 12 of these running at once, you got a whale of a show. And they're so competitive. It's so fun to watch the kids go out there in these and in the hydros, especially these junior racers. You know, they're trying so hard, and they want to do their best, even more so than the older folks that are involved in this. And it's fun. I remember being at Seafair one year, and I think it was Carson Kelly's first time in one of the J boats, and he went out and won. I don't know that he totally knew what was going on. I have a pretty good idea he did, but watching the boats run down there in the lagoon or whatever you want to, that little bay kind of formed down there in water that was not fit for anybody to run in.
Here we go to checkered.
All right.
I believe that's Carson Kelly right there.
Yep.
Followed by
I think that's Carson.
Harper and Ryder.
All right.
So they will come back in, they'll refuel, and we're going to send them right back out.
Checkered flag and black flag all in one.
Control 4. You have clearance, best possible.
So these three will be right back out on the water for you shortly.
Thank you, Russell.
Right now, Darren.
Once you drop that tow, hold at.
All right, next up is going to be T-boats, 1.5 stock. We have 7 of them. Crane left. For the national mod, yes, they do have to have a radio person here.
Okay.
I'm going to make you move over a little bit
No,
so I can
we
get
can
out of the
also
sun.
move this, and we will as the day goes on. We'll need to, in fact.
Talk to your son.
Yeah.
Stuff like this doesn't happen when you're here. So this is on you.
As soon as this
That's
tow boat
fair.
clears, we're going to hold
That's
the boat
fair.
at the beach.
You know, he'd say the same thing
If
about
you're
you.
ready, I can send out the tees.
Well, that's why this. John asked me to do it.
Yeah.
And then Aaron calls me later. No.
Aren't you running
Jack
another
needs to do
runabout
it
heat
because
before
he
the
needs to
tees?
be in that situation.
Fault, my fault.
You need a situation.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm foggy. All right.
I better, I gotta learn.
Oh, yeah.
Runabouts are turning around. Let me know when they're ready,
By
Beach.
having,
I'm sorry, Kip.
Well, he's usually on the inside of the fence too. But once he's, but I'm saying because they're.
I'm not as fluent on OBZ like you are.
Okay, so they're gonna have Dan on the outside.
On the outside of the course?
Yes. For now.
Down there?
Yeah, once he gets clear, they're gonna have Dan.
Okay, is there enough water down there for him to motor?
There's more room than there is for Brody, so he'll go down.
So I missed it. So I don't even know what we're gonna do.
Okay, thank you. So who's telling us, Mark?
Oh, that's
While we're waiting for our next heat, this is a reminder that Cindy with the fire department is selling cotton candy, popcorn, snow cones, and lemonade. If you need some refreshments to help you cool down, please go visit her at her location. Also, the car show continues to be going on the other side of the pits in the grass area. Go visit the Austin Martins and the Jaguars. I'm sure they're beautiful cars. I've not been able to make my way down there, but they are sure luxury. We'd like to thank our title sponsor, Strong Racing, Daryl and Vanessa Strong. Thank you so much for assisting in supporting this wonderful Terry Troxell Memorial and Pateros Classic Regatta. We appreciate you and all that you're doing for our sport. A big thank you also goes out to Northwest Wholesale, Wright's Dollar Store, Cody's Salon, KB Marine, Chris Kenner Racing Specialties, Valor Law Group, Eisenhart Excavation, Brewster Marketplace. Thank you so much for your sponsorship. We couldn't do this without you. We love being here in Pateros and really appreciate your support. Runabout, and then they will be done for the day. Again, we've got 25R, which is Ryder Burks, 23R, Harper, Moe, and Kelly. And our final driver, I don't know his number, is Carson Kelly.
1 US, but he's not going out.
Oh, Carson's.
Yeah, 1 US. He's not going out.
Oh, well, Carson will not be joining us for this heat, so we just have Harper and Ryder this time.
He's got to run his T-boat.
Carson's going to be getting ready to go in the next flight, which is our 1.5 stock, better known as our T-boats. So Carson has to change all of his driving gear over from an outboard setup to an inboard setup. So that's why he's not out there with Harper and Ryder. They will be running under a 3-minute clock and running 3 laps on our course. As you can see, they're both cutting the course to go and get ready for the 1 minute 1 minute flag. So they have 1 minute left to go before the start, establishing their lanes. Coming around turn 2, Here they come. Again, we've got Harper, Moe, and Kelly, and Ryder Burks. They've got 15 seconds to the start.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, green flag.
All right, they're legal.
They're legal. And here we go, folks. They're side by side as they go through turn 1.
Well, the outside boat took the lead. We'll see how this goes. We'll see. Remember, that inside is a little bit shorter distance. You just got to hold them off and make them run, at least 2 or 3 miles an hour faster to get by you. Obviously, there was more than that there, but it might not sound like a lot. But when you start talking about some of the bigger size boats, especially, you got some real issues. Like in unlimited, you got somebody running 140 mile an hour lap. That means you got to run 145 or something. That's a lot.
I understand that it'd be hard to do it right now.
I understand that before you go up. So how far up do you want it? Just give me a landmark. I don't care.
Again, we have Harper and Ryder out there enjoying themselves as they get to drive their boats.
Well, and everybody heard Ryder earlier. We could hardly get him to stop talking. Oh, they'll learn. It's just part of this.
Right.
It's like learning to drive. There's the other side of this as well. And the kids have been good sports when I've asked them to come up like that. Appreciate it. It just makes for a better broadcast for everybody. And we are on YouTube right now. I know we are live from what I heard. So those that are out there, I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing today. We're going to get through this, and I have to look at the schedule again, but I think it's 1-5 stock, the T-boats.
The T-boats will be out next.
And from there, it just gets better. And it's not that this is bad. It's just we get some real fast, real loud race boats. Should have the GP out. Hopefully everything goes well for them. Kind of the way we're sitting here and looking at the course, it's difficult to see the pits, which are kind of over our right shoulders. And we definitely can't see the other pit, which is to our left, because there's some trees in the way.
So we have a white flag on the course. 1 lap to go. Our lead boat has definitely put in a number of rooster tail lengths over our second place boat.
Yeah, they've got a full buoy length now. And I think I'm hearing that we're going to have some movement on a buoy up here on the second turn, trying to change that a little bit. So
we will be taking a little bit of a break due to we're going to readjust the entrance pin to turn 2 after this heat. And so we will have a little bit of a break in the action. About 5 minutes is what I'm hearing. Just to try to make the course a little more oval than than kind of a cattywampus way around. But because we are on a river, and with the movement of the river, so does go anchors. And that means buoys move. So we just finished up our J Racing Runabout Heat. Congratulations to the winner. All right, change of plans. We are not going to adjust the buoy. We have 7 T-boats that will be coming out. Those include T3, driven by Madden Headshaw. We have T9, Katie Brown. T227, Andrew Strawn.
Yep.
T333, Cannon Cushing. T8, Carson Kelly. T1, Haley Scarborough. T51, Doug Shelton Jr. And we had to, T33 had to do a scratch, which was going to be driven by Brady Brackett.
Oh, no.
So
they just have not had good luck lately. A lot of issues with the engine and that since getting that boat. So, well, that's too bad.
So unfortunately, we go from 8 to 7, but we're still going to have quite a full show.
Should still be a good run.
Okay, key up and then wait a second and then talk, please, because you're walking on yourself. Now ready. Here we go. 4-minute gun for T-boats. All right, 4-minute gun. At 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark green flags.
Tell Eddie what class.
Yep.
Again, this is our 1.5 stock T class. T being the class identifier. You have to be a minimum of 14 years of age. This is usually the class that our young folk move up to once they want to decide to come into the inboard category from outboard. That does not preclude an adult from being out there.
No, and Mr. John Shaw is one of those that is still driving T-boats, and he's not a kid by any means. I mean, he's not that old, but he's definitely an adult.
So T-boat was what I raced when I was in competitive racing.
All right. Looks like Madden Haddenshaw outside, Doug Shelton inside. First 2 boats around. JJW Racing, Jeff Bernard, the owner. Carson Kelly in the 8. Cannon Cushion coming by right now in the 333.
That's the Miss Pateros 2.
Katie Brown in the 9. Outside Haley Scarborough. Inside Andrew Strawn in the 227.
This is our largest class of the weekend. So it should provide us with a very exciting display of driving.
All right, you see the boats cutting across the field. Haley Scarborough coming across, going to get back into line. Got another boat coming across right now. Got to slow up and let the 8 get out of the way. Is that Katie? Nope. Andrew Strawn coming across. Going to fall in behind. You cannot impede the driver coming down the course.
We've got less than 15 seconds to our white flag.
3, 2, 1. Mark white flag.
All right, white flag. That means they've got a minute. They're going to be way early. I think Madden's been listening to Jeff.
I think it's time for park and start.
Oh, and they're learning early. Like Kyle said, there's not anybody better than Jeff to learn that from. You see the way they had to flat spot that turn. That's probably something they'll work on later today, is maybe moving that exit pin back up a little bit, because I know it's not a true arc up there. Doug Shelton coming down in about lane 3. Get on it, Doug. All right. All right, Carson Kelly right to the lead.
We have a legal start. Thumbs up from our referee.
Haley Scarborough on the inside down there, it looks like. Why couldn't they be bigger? It's hard to see at times. All right, looks like Haley inside. Yep, Haley Scarborough leading the way down. All right, what do we got going here? Well, Douglas Shelton was right there at the start. Obviously, the speed is not quite there for the young man. All right. Matt and Henshaw way back out of it. Not sure what happened there. Okay, so it looks like Haley. Then I'm guessing. Okay, got Haley, Katie, Carson in third, the 9 and the 8. Andrew Strawn in the 227. Doug Shelton. Madden Henshaw in the 3. And Mr. Cannon Cushing in the 333.
We have a checkered flag for Madden, for Katie, for Carson. That's your 1, 2, 3.
Fourth will be Andrew. Fifth looks like it's Madden Henshaw. Sixth place, Doug Shelton. And our seventh boat will be the 333, Cannon Cushing. To the best of my knowledge, that's right.
So again, it appears that your winner is Haley Scarborough in the T1. Second place went to Katie Brown in the T9. Third place goes to T8, Carson Kelly.
And one of the neat things about this, and we didn't talk about it yet today, is Strong Racing. Daryl Strong is the one that bought most of these boats, and he just presented them to the families and said, run them, maintain them, and when you're done, then they need to go to the next individual family. So thank you to them.
Yes,
I don't know
thank
if
you to the strong team.
I have not seen Daryl and Vanessa today, but if they can hear me, I'd love to sit with them for a minute and maybe we can ask a few questions if they're here in the park, can make their way up to the start finish line. I'd love to visit and ask a few questions. Always fun to see the folks behind the scenes. You don't see them out front a lot, although you do see them at the awards ceremonies quite a bit, because both boats have done very well in the Unlimiteds, and so have the inboards that they've sponsored. So, and they're so involved. It's just unbelievable.
They're a great addition to this hydroplane community.
Oh yeah. Well, and especially, Unlimiteds. Yeah, I get it. Everybody wants an unlimited, and if you can afford it, that's a good way to lose a bunch of money. I'm just being honest. It's true. But the thing about it is, they went out. Who would have thought they'd go out and buy a fleet of T-boats? I think we probably have the most T-boats in.
We can hear his radio person in front of us, and they're having a little bit of a discussion.
Is that what that is? Yeah, trying to get the start sequence down. It fired, just didn't keep running, and that's probably not. It's probably related to not having fuel in there. Well, we've got an issue there. They're having to try and get the fuel. Sounds like the fuel's not on in the boat, and got an issue with that. But if that doesn't get resolved quickly, I'm sure we will find another avenue to pursue as far as getting some boats on the water. We definitely want to get this first flight in and get our lunch break in. It's a little bit later than what we'd like to see, I know, by a fair amount. But that's Saturdays.
Well, it appears, unfortunately, our Grand Prix is not going to be able to go. All right. You may have heard that. You may not have, but we have our radio folks here for the 45. Just waiting to get our one towboat
off the course. Got to get Eric in tow and get him back to the dock. And our Formula 45s will get a countdown. Sounds like a 4-minute warm-up. All right, here you go.
4-minute gun. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, green flag, Formula 45.
All right, this should be fun.
Okay, so we have the number 33, Ryan Gowan, the number 58, Kayla Huff, and the 851, Kevin Porter.
All right, Ryan Gowan in the 33. A lot of outboard experience for that young man. .851 is Kayla Huff. I think I got that right, didn't I?
Yeah. 58 is Kayla. And then 851 is Kevin.
Some guy named Porter. Kevin?
Tiffany, come in. I remembered. Tiffany.
All right. Neither, well, I shouldn't say that. Kevin, I think, has more experience at this than Kayla, but Kayla's been running a lot of OPC. Should do just fine. Green flag on the course. 4-minute on the warm-up. Oh, okay.
Mark, white flags on the course.
Here they come, coming around the first turn to our start. We have a legal start.
Should be a good run. Should be an excellent run. Ryan Gowan outside, or inside, excuse me. There we go, stepping on myself. Yeah, Kayla's on the outside. Kevin Porter out front right now.
Here comes Kayla into second place.
This is where they've got to be really careful running up that chute into that wind. That's where the power trim comes into play. See him go through the turn, and Ryan Gowan's right back in the fight again. These run so much better than the old OPC stuff. I think when I started, we ran what were called Packer boats. They were not pickle forked, and they were a handful. And Will Huff's over here nodding. All right, Kevin Porter out front, lengthening his lead. Kayla Huff second. Ryan Gowan, third place in the 33. 851, the 58, and the 33. Beautiful little boats, really quick. Like I say, they're not really designed to run on this kind of course. They're much better on a one-pin turn. Nice handling boats. Not obnoxious in their sound either. Some of the stuff gets, the whininess sometimes gets to be a bit much on some of the outboard stuff, but well, same with like 1 liter and that when they just whine the tweedle out of them. But,
are we talking about the bumblebees?
The bumblebees, yeah. Very, very loud. Almost deafening at times. All right, the lead's staying about where it's been. Kevin Porter out front, Kayla Huff second. I'm a little bit surprised that Ryan's not a little bit closer. Not sure the situation, seat time in the boat, whether the engine's set up the way it needs to be. I can't, I can only speculate, and there's no point in that. I just figured Ryan would be maybe a little more competitive than that in this. When we get a chance, I'll see if I can talk to Ryan sometime this afternoon. Rather impressive resume as an outboarder.
Here we come to our checkered flag. We've got Kevin Porter in the lead, taking this one. Kayla Huff in second. And Ryan Gowan will follow up in third.
All right, just double checking to see whether they were doing a single or back to back. No, don't worry, Will. Nobody changed anything on you. I was just asking a question. Dad's going, oh boy.
We're going to E350s.
Yeah. E350 should be the next class up.
Are you doing okay on the E350s, or do I have time to run another outboard class while you finish up? That's fine. We only have 2 in the water so far. Okay. Beach bits come in. Beach bits.
Hey guys, radios.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
I don't know where Will went.
All of you. Where'd the others go?
Scott.
Will Huff.
Hey, Wes.
You're okay.
Keep those guys in the water, refuel them or whatever. Turn them around, please.
Will Huff.
Turn around the Formula 45. Turn them around.
Formula 45, we're going to turn you around and send you back out. So that means Dad's got to come back this way with the radio.
Will Huff.
Harper, you need to come back as well. Harper, come on back down to the tower. We're gonna turn and burn. I wondered. Well, keep things moving that way. All right, Ryan Gowan finally getting back. That's the nice thing with these boats is they can put around out there waiting for a trailer. They don't need a trailer because we're going to send them back, but they don't know that in the boat yet.
Yeah, this is news to them.
45 radio people back to the tower, please.
Already did once, I will again. 45 radio. We need you to the corral. Will Huff. Harper, we need you back to the start-finish line, to the radio corral. We're going to turn the boats, and they're going to run again. We understand you got to make a walk back, but we need you to do that. Thank you. Thank you, Harper.
The dock after the break for turn checks. Thank you.
Okay, are the K-Pros ready to go also? Can they get wet pretty soon?
Okay, doing some housework and everything. Going to run the Formula 45s, and when they're out, they're going to put the K Pro in and run K Pro back to back after that, and then I think it's 350 after that. Then for Ed O'Keefe, I hope you can hear me. I'm not sure where Ed is right now, but we're going to take a break after this first go round. And after that break, we need you to report to the dock at the crane pits so you can go out and be the turn judge or a turn judge. So Ed O'Keefe, be aware. Formula 45.
Takeoff.
Well, I can tell you right now, without fail, Ryan Gowan is probably going to be considerably quicker. One of the things that took a little time there is they did a propeller change. Excuse me. Was eating some of my lunch, and yeah, it's good, but they did a change on the 33's prop, and so I would think that's going to make a definite difference in the way the boat runs, if it was the right change. And sometimes it's not the right direction. If you just saw Ryan Gowan make that turn, that was not a hard turn. That was really easy on the boat, on the driver. No G-forces to speak of with that. These boats, when they turn them on a dime, and they do, there's a ton of G-force on you. You get pushed back and over into the cockpit, and you need a strong back, strong neck. You're restrained in these boats, but you still need to hold your head up. I mean, there's a lot of G-force, and I have not driven boats anywhere as near as fast as like the Formula One boats here. I shouldn't say here, but that run in this country. The likes of what Maskell and Nass and the group out of Canada are running, with some of those boats running well over 375 horses. And some of the newer motors are even more than that. I've heard some very high numbers. I won't repeat them. But you think about almost, I'll say 400 horsepower in a boat with a driver and fuel, and it only weighs 1,200 pounds. They're quick. And when they turn on a dime.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. White flag.
All right, thank you, Jill. They turn very quick. They do it instantly, and they're gone the other direction. When something happens in one of these things, it's really quick. And what normally happens is they'll go over backwards, or they barrel roll in a turn sometimes. And normally the barrel roll is the effect of the boat getting up on a roller and then hitting on the right sponge, and then it just wets so much and it just throws it over. But most of the time it's a gust of wind. It's like down at Lawrence Lake. Mike White went on his head in the boat Kayla Huff is driving, and it was just a little gust that came through one spot at the lake down there.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, looks to be good, but we'll wait on the referee. We can speculate all day, but it's not our call. I thought it was good, but like I said, I'll just speculate. Kayla Huff across first on the outside, in the middle. It's that Porter kid again. And on the inside, Ryan Gowan. And definitely staying closer this time. See how this plays out. Now, if I was Dad at this point, I'd tell her to hose him down and go, but I didn't say that. They're very competitive with one another, and Ryan's not far off the mark there. Definitely closer than what he was before. Like I say, if we get a chance, I'll try and get Ryan to come down here and talk with us and just ask some questions. Maybe get Kayla down here again. Whoa, she got it up good. Okay, got to be careful there. This is not going to be near as forgiving as the Sports C, and you're going considerably quicker. When they get up, they go real quick. And as light as they are, if they start to go over, they're gone. Kevin Porter out front. Kayla Huff in second. Ryan Gowan third. Beautiful boat. Well, they're all very nice looking boats. There's no question about that. Looks like Kevin is just out for his Sunday afternoon ride on Saturday right now with the leadies opened up. He just acquired this boat, I think, before Memorial Day, if memory serves me correct. All right, your winner, Kevin Porter. Second place, Kayla Huff. And third place, Ryan Gowan. All right, black flag on the course.
Go home.
Whole lot more fun when it's close like that was for the first couple laps. Doesn't always go that way, but sure does help. And I think we're going to go to K-Pro next, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just waiting to hear from... Okay, I'm hearing... Okay, we're going to go with 350s. And then K-Pro after that, back to back.
350s are next. We're running now.
E350, stand by for your 4-minute gun.
We got a radio for everybody?
So our next class up is our E350s. We'll have E57, Chris Bertram, E74, Rob Hall, E46, Rochelle Hill,
got your hat on, pull it down tight. They're not only fast, they're loud, and they're beautiful and very competitive. It's unfortunate that Mr. Bernard's not going to go out this heat, but there's no doubt that everybody on the water will do everything in their power to put on a good show for you. Got a couple boats that we haven't seen for quite some time. In fact, the boat that just pulled out of the pits, the last one, the Marine Dream, the last inspection sticker was 2009. That's how long that boat's been retired. Well, that's a sight right there. See Kip Brown in the 20 going down through there, and Rochelle Hill right on Kip's tail. Bryce Todd outside in the 99 going around Chris Bertram going into the turn there. The importance of that first matchup when they came down, that is a stock 5.3 LS engine in there. And that one runs the fuel injection like it does in the car. Hasn't been changed or anything. It's just got an aftermarket electrical module in it. The boat that just went by right there, that is Rob Hall out of Idaho. The Dream Machine. Last ran as a 2.5 mod. Chris Bertram in the Cheetah. Beautiful boat, and Chris hasn't been out, it's been at least a couple years now. We lost his dad, I think a year ago now, if I remember right. Pat Bertram, phenomenal racer, advocate, supporter. All right, Mr. Brown over on the back stretch, starting to park and start. Rochelle up in the far turn. All right. Well, Rochelle way early. And it looks like Rob Hall out here going to be even earlier. Missed the mark on that one. And it happens. It does happen. Sounds like it's right on the rev limiter there. And that is a possibility. I don't think they've had a lot of time to test that boat. Very fast as a 2.5 mod. Pretty sure that was National High Point the last year they ran it before they went to Grand Prix. Okay, Rochelle Hill just starting to pick it up.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark.
All right. Not sure what happened on that one. What's that? Yeah, Kip went for a ride there. All right, out front, Bryce Todd on the inside. Rochelle Hill in the 46. All right.
We do have a yellow flag
Kip
on
Brown
the course.
picked it back up, and he's back in the hunt. He's going to keep going on it. Don't know what happened. He spun it out here, flat spun the boat. I'm guessing the lane went away. That's all I can figure. Chris Bertram down in turn 1. right. Well, the attrition has started.
That it has.
Well, that's got to feel real good right now. Rochelle's got to feel good about that. That LS is still not running quite right. You can hear it popping a little bit there. No doubt about his dedication, talking about Kip Brown there. Gold Cup winner. But how cool is that to see that LS that Rochelle's got in that Hill family racing? Old Carrollson Hull, still running good. All right, white flag, one more lap. Kip isn't going to quit yet. But that definitely has to feel good for Rochelle Hill.
She's got to be one.
Yeah, Rob's not running right either. May not be the fastest boat. The 20 is definitely the fastest boat out there. But it's rewarding to see that the effort to go to the LS is paying off in its own way.
And here's Rochelle taking your checkered flag.
Rochelle Hill, your winner. Heat 1 of the E350. Second place, Kip Brown in the E20.
He's only at the end of his second lap, correct? Is he green or white? White on that one. White, okay.
White flag on the green and white boat coming down. White flag.
They got 3 flags on the boat down here. Well, Rob Hall's got some tuning to do and such to get everything dialed in there. We'll wait to see if there was any infraction on that. I'm not sure if there was an encroachment there. That's not normal Kip Brown to flat spin it in the middle of the straightaway. And it's not normal for that boat either. So we'll find out.
It's after everybody takes a break. They'll be about an hour probably. I'll be ready. But yeah, they'll just need you down at the crane pits. Cool. Thank you.
Doesn't always work.
And look at them all lined up, ready to go across this start-finish line. Good start,
All right.
legal start.
Harper Kelly Mullen, I think, on the inside. I know that the 122 was outside. We'll see as they go down the back chute. Looks like the shape that I'm seeing looks like that might be Carson out front. It's either that or it's Brody in the 122.
Brody's in.
All right, we'll call her as they come around. Boat on the outside, trying to make a comeback there, holding the speed up a little. And that's one of the things, you have to make a decision. If you can't get inside and you don't have the speed, okay.
So we've got
That's Carson in front.
Carson in front, then we've got Brody, and then we've got Harper.
Yep.
And following up would be Ryder.
Yep, you got it. Hey, we might even get the hang of this.
We just might.
It's a lot easier with the bigger boats. There's no question about it. And for me, the nice thing doing this all the time is I know the boats, I see the silhouettes, I see the colors, and you know pretty well who's who. But it's not so easy with the outboards.
So Harper did get passed by Brody, and he's coming up on Carson to challenge him.
It's funny to see these best friends going tooth and nail out there at it. You see how
Wow, Carson really pushed him out. Harper stayed in close to the buoy line.
That was a good move.
It was.
It was a great move. And he's looking over his shoulder to see where she is, and here comes Brody.
Looks like Brody's got it by just about a nose right now.
The thing about this is they don't have to have the overlap. It's not required. They get away with a lot more. Inboards are not that nimble. They're going a whole lot faster, and it's just really, it's dangerous if you do that. Well, all of a sudden you see the two boys take off as they go up the back chute. Kelly did a nice job. Harper, shoot.
Harper.
Harper gave me heartburn. Really did a nice job in turn 2. We'll see if that goes again this time.
Nope, it looks like.
Is that Carson that went down? Yep. It was Carson that went to the buoy line.
Yep. So
not a bad move.
You got Brody in first, Carson in second, Harper in third.
And that's as close as it's going to get, folks.
And Ryder will follow it up in fourth.
All right. We are going to a short break. We will be back with you not more than 30 minutes is what I heard from the referee. So we're going to hold everybody to that. We've got to get our crews off the water. They've been out there way too long today. They're going to come get some food, get a chance to go to the bathroom, use the bathrooms, and get back out within about 30 minutes. And we will be back with you shortly.
And just a reminder, if you're looking for refreshments, Cindy with the fire department is there with cotton candy, popcorn, snow cones, and lemonades. So if you're interested, please go see Cindy with the fire department. She's got definitely some really good snacks for you to munch on. Also, as a reminder, the fire department fundraiser this evening will be serving Sloppy Joe or hot dog dinner. It is to benefit one of their firefighters who's been with the department for over 50 years and is battling cancer. All proceeds from the dinner will go directly to him and his family to help defray medical costs. It's $15. If you're not able to join us for dinner, any donation would be greatly appreciated. But we really do hope that you will come by and support this fundraiser for the fire department's firefighter. Thank you. We'll be back after our short break.
Go home. Landing.
Hello.
All right. While we're taking a quick break, I got the good fortune of having Brody Wyatt down here. So talk to me about that last heat.
It was a fun heat.
More than one word answers too, my friend. I got to give him a bad time because I was in the studio with him on Friday, and everything that the 4 kids did was one word: yes, no, but no, good young man here.
It was a good heat. It was fun racing with Carson and Harper, and the new boat ran pretty good.
It looked like it ran real good. I mean, it ran wherever you put it. It didn't seem to matter.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about the kids. They're honest. Yeah, I don't need to say any more than that. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to BS anybody, and that's, a lot of people do that. So where does everything stand at this point? Are you looking to move into sitting in a boat? T-boat, my friend.
Yeah, we have a ride right now. Ryan Burke was gonna let us drive his T-boat, but I haven't been cleared to drive the T-boat yet until next season.
Okay.
So I'll be driving it next season.
Okay. So is that because of the? Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, you did talk about that on Friday. Have you been in a T-boat yet? Have you tested at all?
No, I haven't tested at all.
Okay. Because it's really funny because everybody I talked to today has said, I want to drive the T-boat. I want to, after one heat, they're ready to make a switch. I know there's guys that they're going to stay in outboards their entire life. What do you think? Are you interested in running both, or do you want to move on to inboards and eventually some big boat? I know they call them U something. I don't know.
I'm probably gonna stay in outboards for a while because I don't know. I really enjoy racing outboards, but I'll definitely race inboards and run them occasionally. Just trying to get feel for both of them.
Okay. Any aspirations to step into an unlimited someday?
Yeah, I'm really hoping I can get an unlimited ride someday.
Okay. Well, that's fair enough. So what do we got more for you this weekend? What all are you going to run the rest of the weekend?
I'm only going to be running K-Pro Runabout this weekend.
Okay. Well, as I said, it was one-word answers before. I think we got 3. No, we got more now. I'm going to give you a bad time, but remember this: if we don't talk to you or talk about you, we don't care. We do care, and that's the neat thing about being family. And we haven't asked anybody about this. What do the kids at school say about you running boats and what you do? Because I'm curious. I knew kids that ran when I was a kid, and I wasn't running back then.
I don't really talk about it much, but when people do find out, they normally don't even know what I'm talking about.
That makes sense. Well, I got to tell you, there was a gal that I went to junior high school and high school with. She's 2 years younger, and she ran against Chip Hanauer back in the day, and she used to kick his tail. She showed him how to start. She was far better, especially in the J hydros. And then she got to about 18, and she said, "That's it," and got married, and had kids and grandkids and all of that. But we still talk once in a while, and every once in a while there'll be something on Facebook, and she's on there, and so I'm always in there trying to stir the pot with Chip. But no, it's fun. As you get older, the girls will probably start to notice that you race boats, and then it'll be hard. It'll be really hard. But you probably won't mind too much.
No.
Well done. All right, Brody Wyatt, nice to have you back here. Thank you again. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow.
Yep, I'll be there.
All right, thank you, buddy. Hey, give me your money. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for being a good sport too. We got to do a little bit of that.
Kind of give you a hard time.
Oh yeah. Oh, if we didn't care, we wouldn't bother.
Exactly.
It's like I keep telling people. I want them to learn. I know what it was like for me talking, and I wasn't getting interviewed like these guys. I didn't have that kind of talent, But to Rescue personnel, we need you back on the water ASAP. Thank you. And I know it's been a long day, but thank you very much. Summer, I know you're still here, but we need you to back at the start-finish line for our flags, and we'll get this show back on the road, and we got to get as much done as we can while we have an ambulance here this afternoon. And so everybody, if you've got a job, we need you at that, and we will get our day going again. Try and keep our show somewhat close to where we want it. And I know that whatever we don't get today, we will finish first thing in the morning, from what I'm hearing, and then move on to tomorrow's program. And without fail, tomorrow will go quicker. Well, it almost always does. No matter how bad Saturdays can be, and we've had some that weren't very good over the years, but Sunday almost without fail definitely goes faster. So we will be back in the morning. We're going to run the same program again tomorrow as far as our lineup, outboards, inboards, flats, the whole 9 yards, and try and be as timely as possible so everybody is off the water at a reasonable hour. I know the winds were supposed to be a little stronger tomorrow, hopefully not much, but we need to be mindful of that and make sure that we get everything done. So bear with us a few minutes. As I say, safety and rescue, we need you on the water ASAP. Summer, we need you here to the start-finish line to run our flags, and we will get our program going. Thank you. Turn judges, please report to the dock so you can go out on the boat. Turn judges, we need you to report to the dock. That would be Ed O'Keefe, and I'm not sure who the other one is, but is it Les? Okay. Les Deathridge, Ed O'Keefe. We need you to the dock so that you can get out.
Thank you very much.
All right. Great to have everybody getting back to their station. Hopefully we've got our turn judges reporting down to the dock. We need to get everybody back out. I'm sure they'll be doing a radio check here before very long, make sure everybody's back where they need to be. I don't see enough boats yet, but I know we're headed that way. Oh, as I say that, I see more headed that way. Hopefully you enjoyed the little interlude with Brody Wyatt up here. As I talked with Mom and Brody, again, the reason for having the kids come down is so you can hear them, hear their experiences, and also for them to learn how to do this, because it's an acquired talent, gift, obligation. I guess it's all in how you look at it. A lot of the guys here, and I keep saying Jay Michael, but Jay Michael didn't used to be very good on a microphone. Jay's gotten a lot better over the years, but that's part of the thing. And if if somebody wants to move into unlimiteds, hey, you got to do the PR. Same with GP racing. You've got sponsors, you've got race organizations that want you to talk and be a role model.
Okay, so we have to replace a buoy in turn 2 real quick. All the equipment's headed out there, and so how much time do you need?
So we're good. I think Jeff's in the boat, 45's in the boat. We're just waiting on Kelly.
All right, we've got a buoy that needs to be replaced up in turn 2, and they're headed out with that now. And so they're going to replace that. And we got 1 liters in the water, and
Welcome back.
And Sue, are the lids down?
Our next class up will be 1 liters. They will be going out.
4-minute gun. At 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, 4-minute gun, 1 liters.
All right, our 1 liter class is Y1, J. Michael Kelly. Y45, Brad Sanchez. And Y18, Jeff Bernard.
All right. Brad Sanchez, the only one of our 3 not on the course right now. Jeff Bernard first out of the pits. J. Michael Kelly, the second boat. The 1, the black 1. Shenanigans. And we're just waiting on the Y45.
The Y1 is owned by Tim Collins. The Y18, driven by Jeff Bernard, is owned by Jim Scheckler. And the Y45, driven by Brad Sanchez, is owned by David Lemon.
Takeoff.
No matter who you are, what kind of boat you're a fan of, that is about as close to a perfect ride as you're going to get. Boat's flat, just skimming across the water, using the water just to balance on. Just a nice attitude on that. Tim Collins has spent a lot of years getting boats dialed in. He and Jim Scheckler go back and forth across the country together with the tandem stacker trailer and the truck. And they're both very competitive with their rides.
You can also see on the Y1 the Strong Racing logo. Our title sponsors this weekend, supporting their H1 Unlimited driver and winner of Seafair, J. Michael Kelly.
Yep, and Jeff Bernard, also former H1 driver, also one of the top drivers in the Grand Prix ranks at this point. Did not have the best of years this year. They broke some equipment and were out the last couple of events, which is too bad because it takes them out of the points contention.
Mark, white flag.
All right, 1 minute, white flag on the course. Unfortunate about that with Jeff and the 79, the GP 79. Pretty sure they're headed to California, if what I've seen is correct. Always in contention when they're running. The Grindel folks doing yeoman's work. All right.
Coming around that second turn, getting ready for the start.
All right.
15 seconds to the start.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark.
Looks like we have a legal start.
All right, Jeff Bernard with a great start. J. Michael off just a little bit. We'll see if he's got enough to chase him down. He's going to have to really stand on it to do it this time. He had the boat speed last time, and he's not gaining really on that. A little bit going into the turn.
Yeah, but if we know anything about Mike, he's not. He'll put some power to the pedal.
Oh, yeah.
Here he comes.
It's fun to watch. Two Hendersons that are just, oh, they're so close in the way they're set up and the way they handle. That's a crapshoot. There goes J. Michael around on the outside.
Yep.
For whatever reason, he seems to have a little more shoot speed. Propeller, I don't know exactly what, but you can't ask for two better drivers. I mean, there's just no question about it. I'm not knocking anybody else, but these two guys are right at the top of the sport, period.
And basically, we have a dead heat right now. 1, 2.
He nips him again right at the start line.
They are side by side going into the end of
That's
turn
good
1.
competition there. Perfect.
Mike inching out by a nose again. He's got that shoot speed that Jim was talking about. Here they come around.
Well,
turn
he's picked
2.
up a little ground. White flag on the course. Final lap.
Building up that lead a little bit.
Well, we'll see if he can hold him. For whatever reason, he just has a little more right now. Oh, boy, he really checked out on that one, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
See that second rooster tail come up as they hit the turn.
He definitely has it.
And your winner, J. Michael Kelly.
Followed by
second place,
Jeff Bernard.
Jeff Bernard in the 18. Jim Seckler, owner of that boat.
That was a great race.
Oh, that is so fun. All right. Well done. And the cool thing is they're going to come back and do that again
tomorrow
in the 2.5 stocks. And they're both
stocks.
Be out there again.
Yep.
And then Jeff will be back out in the 350 a little bit later.
That's true.
Oh, we got a lot of good racing to do. And there goes my best friend, Brody Wyatt, right now. See you later, buddy. Nice young man. He's a nice young man. Yes, Jen, you're my very best friend. I didn't mean that. Hey, he's just a kid, okay?
Are we doing stock or mod next?
2.5 stock next. Is that what I just heard?
2.5 stock is next.
Okay.
So we have a Jeff Bernard that's going to be jumping out of this 1 liter into a 2.
Yeah, J. Michael will too as well.
And so will JMK. So.
Just a little update on the 45, the Beacon boat, Beacon Plumbing. Motor was running, propeller wasn't turning. Not quite sure what yet. It sounds like it would be a coupler, but they do have a gearbox in that as well. And maybe there's a problem in the gearbox. Hard to say.
Landing.
But for some reason, she no go. So I'm sure they'll be looking at that overnight and get that taken care of for tomorrow. This just seems to be the reoccurring theme for Dave Lim lately with having everything stolen with the vehicle. And even though he got the vehicle back, there's nothing in it, at least not of his. And so it continues with the things going on. Go ahead.
Totally unfortunate. So our 2.5 stocks will be out momentarily.
There's 5. It's Compton and Griggs. All right, for those of you along the shore here, and you know those gentlemen, that's Steve Compton and Charlie Griggs that just flew over, headed back to Tri-Cities.
Take off.
Oh, I saw him. Yeah, he was waving to us as he went over. Glad I caught that. I'll have to call him later to give him a bad time. All right, Kyle Davenport in the red, 6. Second boat out looks to be Jeff Bernard. Third boat, Justin Burdett, the 225. J. Michael Kelly and Jay Deathridge in the 8. All right, it's less. Hey, I've been wrong at least one other time in the last 5 minutes. All right, should be another great heat. Hopefully this time Justin Burnett runs a little better than he has earlier. Got a little hiccup there. I see Jeff Bernard got going very fast. I'm guessing he's probably going to slow it down on the back chute. Wouldn't be surprised. Well, Kyle's already there. Hey, you learn from the best, and then the best is going to overtake you.
Yep.
I'm surprised somebody's not cutting the course.
Well, flying starts are always the best, but we know how that goes.
Yep. All right, we need to talk a little bit about the boats, explain what some are, some aren't. Kyle Davenport, the 6, the red boat up in the north turn, that is a Henderson hull. The boat coming across the strait from the back chute right now, right at me, that is a Jones hull. On the back stretch, the white and orange boat, that is another Henderson. The yellow boat is a Henderson. The silver boat, and he just made the turn and headed this way. It's Jeff Bernard. That is the 3. That is a Henderson. So it's Henderson's against the Jones. And you were going to tell him about the engine in that one too, weren't you? I had to do that.
So in the S8,
Conrad Malmo sent us a little note earlier, straightening me out, which is fine. We want to try and be right. Everybody but the 8 is running a little Ford 4-cylinder that's basically out of a little Ranger pickup truck.
but the 8 is running a Duratec, which is made by Ford, with a stock ECU.
All right, they were close. We'll wait to hear from the referee. J. Michael was right there. They can't say he was over, but he was close.
Looks like Bernard is in second and Kyle is in third.
Well, you watch all of them go into that turn. You got 4 boats real close proximity to one another. J. Michael Kelly out front. Kyle Davenport inside, up. Kyle spared a buoy. Well, that's going to be expensive.
You've got Jay.
Jeff Bernard on the outside in third right now.
And then you've got Deathridge in fourth. Jetson in fifth.
And Justin Burnett still not running right. Just not any power in that boat.
J. Michael has taken Monkey Business out to quite a lead, with Kyle and Jeff battling it out for second. With a little bit of that buoy still
He
on
thought
that
he was in the
pivot board of
Olympics doing the
Kyle's.
flag competition.
I believe that's Jade Deathridge in the S8, running in fourth.
Oh, that's got to be distracting as can be. All right, Justin Burnett in 5th place.
Here comes Monkey Business and J. Michael Kelly rounding the second turn, coming in for the white flag. 1 lap to go.
Well, we know Kyle's probably not going to finish where he's at right now.
We just lost Jeff Bernard, I believe.
Jeff Bernard down in the water?
So we've got Kyle Davenport in second, Jade Deathridge in third, and Jetson Burnett in fourth. And coming in for the finish, and our winner, J. Michael Kelly in Monkey Business.
Second place on the course is Kyle Davenport. I know there will be a penalty assessed. Plus, he's going to pay for a new buoy.
And in third we've got Jay
right now is
S8, Crazy
Les
Eights.
Deathridge in the 8. So 4th place will be
Well, we're sort of confused up here at the announcer stand. One of us thinks it's Jade out there, and the other one thinks it's Les out there. So at least we know it's one of the Deathridges. So we've been told it is Les driving. So we'll be taking a short break as we go to reset a buoy. And then we'll be following it up with our Sports C outboard performance craft. So we'll be back with you momentarily.
Go home.
Monkey Business. Congratulations.
Landing.
So if J. Michael is so inclined, we'd love to have him come up here to the announcer's booth at the start-finish line and
he just made the turn and headed
give
this
his
way.
give
It's
us
Jeff Bernard,
his
that
take
is-
on how his day's gone.
I want to talk to the guy that's out there spearing those buoys.
Well,
no, actually, I don't right now because I'm sure he's upset with himself.
So
And there was no infraction that caused that. That was, from what I'm hearing, is that was all on driver.
that was driver.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
So as soon as the buoy goes in, we will be sending out our Sports C.
we don't need no
It'll
stinking buoys.
It'll be 4 laps with a 3-minute gun, is what I'm hearing
we'll wait
from
to
our
hear from the
officials.
referee. J. Michael was right there. They can't say he was over, but he
In
was
that
close.
class, we have Gerald Benedict, Gerald Benedict, 697, Wes Friedel,
Oh, you watch all of them going to that
447,
turn. You got 4
Will
boats real
Huff,
close proximity to one
560,
another. Michael
Kayla Huff,
Kelly out front.
991.
Kyle
Mark
Davenport
Mead,
inside. Up.
845.
Kyle Spear to buoy.
Joseph Morrison, 999. And it looks like Kelly Burnett in the 12 is a scratch. She's over here pouting. She's sad that she didn't get to go out and play.
It's all Bob's fault, right?
Yeah, it's Bob's fault, right?
No, it's Bob's fault.
We're going to blame Bob even though it's the electronics.
It's always Bob's fault. It doesn't matter. We're going to pick on Bob.
Well,
it's always Bob's fault.
But Bob's back doesn't feel very good, so should we really be picking on Bob?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, if we didn't care, we wouldn't bother mentioning his name. That's a fact.
That is true. We love you, Bob.
Sorta.
So while we have a minute, I just want to remind you again about our upcoming dinner option this evening. The fire department's fundraiser for one of their own, 50 plus. Here we go with our sports C's.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 3-minute gun. 4 laps. Green flag.
Okay, so we've got our 3-minute warm-up. They'll be doing 4 laps out on the course. Again, we've got Gerald Benedict in the 697, Wes Friedel in the 447, Will Huff in the 560, Kayla Huff in the 991, Mark Mead in the 845, and Joseph Morrison in the 999.
Take off.
If you weren't with us earlier today, we've got a father, daughter, husband, wife,
There's
Dad,
an uncle out there too.
uncle.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got them all.
We've got pretty much every family member covered out there on the water. So
Well,
they're family on the shore, but definitely competitors out on the water.
Well, yeah, and then some of them are foreigners. They're actually from Oregon.
Oh no, Oregon.
I can't say too much because I was born there. So.
Well, then you better be careful.
I know, I am. That's why I'm not saying too much.
Well, they could be from the Great White North, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Will Huff in the 560. Boat owned by Gary Hansen. Daughter Kayla right behind him. Guarantee you he does not want to make a mistake because she will go right on by and wave at Dad. No, it was so fun a few years ago, 2 years ago I think it was. Want to say we were in Chelan, first race of the year. All right. Kayla won her first heat of racing there, and the reason she won is she was the only legal starter out of about 5 or 6 boats. We go to white flag, 1 minute to our start, and everybody, including Dad, jumped. I mean, they all jumped. It was fun to watch, and she was ecstatic at the end of that. And we didn't let Will live that one down for quite a while.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're letting him off the hook.
No, we don't harass him anymore. I did for a while. But with kids, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. You always feel good when they do good.
True. Here we come to the start. We've got 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. We've got a clean start.
All right. Nice start by Will Huff. Wes Friedel in second. Kayla Huff in third. Looks like Russell Mead outside. I think Gerald's inside. and Mark Mead trailing. Ooh, just went through the rooster tail down there. Not a fun place to go. It's not bad on a hot day. Oh, what the heck happened there? Just went off a plane all of a sudden. Oh. Now he's going to have to play catch up. Doesn't want Dad to get by. It's that race within the race. Well, Will has opened up a pretty good lead on Kayla right now, and Kayla's holding her at probably about the same advantage over Wes Friedel in the 447. Wes, a long time player in this. Same with Will. Will did a lot of bigger tunnel boats for a long time, and now pretty well settled into this. But lots of fun to watch. Yeah, I'm still not sure what happened with Russell down there in turn one, but all of a sudden he got passed real quickly. And that boat, if you look at it versus some of the others, you see just how stubby it is. And I think what's happening, I think the water's just that rough down there. Probably enough of a breeze, and the way it's hitting the current there, and it's just rougher than he can handle with that thing. You really have to trim it up to get it to go through there, and with more speed, and it's just not going to happen in that little boat. Will Huff leading the way to the line here at the end of the second lap? Third lap, second. Thank you. I just have to ask, what can I say? Nice run by Will, also by Kayla. Wes Friedel, always a steady competitor. Not always at the front, but he's always steady at whatever he's doing. Gerald ahead of Mark right now. And for whatever reason, Russell seems to be struggling with the little boat. Yeah, that is a stubby, isn't it? I understand he is working on a new boat right now, another Sport C. So that would be a great one to get started with, if somebody was interested.
One lap to go. Our white flag is up. We still have Will Huff in the lead, followed by Kayla Huff.
Well, Gerald wasn't the fastest for a long time, but he's getting a lot better. The 697 there. Mark Mead in the 845. Or is that 46? I can't even read it. There goes the eyes.
And then we've got the 999 somewhere.
Well, they are out at this point.
Oh, are they out?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did hear something.
I didn't hear that.
I think Joe's letting his wife just go and have some fun.
Oh, okay. And there's your winner, Will Huff.
All right. I guarantee if Joe could run with him, he'd try.
60 and Kayla Huff, second place in the 991.
It's the 447 coming.
That would be Wes Fresnel would be your third place.
Nice big wave to everybody.
And our fourth and fifth place finishers.
right, black flag on the course as Russell Mead crosses the finish line. And I know that's not where he wants to be. He is a competitive young man. Been a lot of fun with him and his dad both running, and then they've also got a cracker box. And Russell is also building another Sports C, and I'm sure it will be state of the art when it's done. All right, the Sports Cs are always fun. It's not the fastest class you're going to see, but always a good show. They're great sports about it. They don't mind having a little fun poked at them, and they're good at giving it back. Appreciate them very much.
So our next heat coming up are the 1.5 stock or RT boats.
Landing.
We should have, I believe, 7 radio people down here, and I only see a couple. So I need my 1.5 stock radio men and ladies into the corral, please.
Oops. All right. No problem.
Hey, careful with that briefcase, mister.
It's almost as important as the gold mic. Oh. Okay, mic is live. All right, they have made the walk of shame. Not my term. That was uttered by Brad Sanchez. So you didn't make it. What happened?
Well,
Was the owner?
No. Hey, we do good as a team. We do bad as a team, right? You
Okay.
never pin it on one. But anyway, we went up, fired right up, and it went nowhere. Prop didn't move. Get it back. It's the first time I ever been towed in by a crane.
That's cool.
It was different.
Yeah.
And get back in and pull the cowling off, and the coupling, or the coupler was there, but the keyway was on the bottom of the boat.
That's called frustration. Any idea what did it just work loose?
No, I think it was just installer error.
There was an error.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for your name.
No. All we said is like, we're not mad, but if you don't, but if it happens again,
we could be mad.
We can be mad.
Why is there steam coming out of his ears? No,
Dave,
that's not
no,
Dave.
It's all good.
That's definitely not Dave.
It's not. It's not. No, the Miss Beacon Plumbing Electric's going to be running great tomorrow, and we're trying a new wheel on it and see if we can kind of catch up with the boys.
Is that and that's kind of my feeling is it's probably propellers that you're just not quite where you want to be with that at this point, and we know why.
Yeah, and so we changed the shaft size and everything, which means new propellers.
Yeah.
So It's just a trial and error. At Oak Harbor, it ran really good, and we were pretty excited about this weekend. And first heat, it ran fine, but we put another new wheel on there, a Baker Beauty.
Okay.
And
good deal.
we'll see how she does.
Yeah, speaking of Baker, it's a shame that we're losing him to Arizona.
Especially since I live in Enumclaw.
Yeah, that really is handy. Even for us after Oak Harbor having to have the wheel fixed on the Ombre, Aaron still drove down. That's a whole lot better than shipping it to Arizona.
Absolutely. He will be missed. That's for sure.
Oh, it's going to be a big hit for us and for racing in general up here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you think so? Oh, okay. Well, we can only hope. No, we hate to lose Scott Baker and his family to Arizona, but I understand that's where his bread and butter is now, with all the guys down there with the river boats and
the big offshore boats.
Yeah, all of that stuff. And I can't understand wanting to do that stuff, but, that's okay. Somebody's got to make some money off of them.
Hey, yesterday we were playing golf at Alta, and we had to stop because there was a rattlesnake going across the fairway. I bet that's a daily event in Arizona.
It is over here too.
Oh man, I was
Depends
looking
on
at
where
that
you
thing,
are.
and I said that's the closest I've ever been to a rattlesnake without a window in between it.
Yeah,
and them.
And you want to keep it that way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, big time.
That was great.
Yeah, I'm not me and snakes. No.
No, we'll be ready tomorrow, buddy.
Okay, thank you much, Brad.
No problem.
David, thank you for coming down. Appreciate you guys being honest about it.
I took away his keys.
You're live. All right, Dave Lemon, Brad Sanchez.
As we're approaching the dinner hour, I'd like to remind you of the fire department's fundraiser dinner this evening. They'll be serving sloppy joes or hot dogs, along with a number of sides, drink, and some form of dessert. It's to benefit one of their own, a gentleman who served the fire department for over 50 years. He is unfortunately battling cancer, and so this dinner is to help raise funds to offset some of his medical costs. It's $15 to partake in the dinner, and we'd like to encourage all of you to come down and take advantage of that opportunity. If for some reason you're not able to make the dinner, it would be wonderful if you would be able to give some form of a monetary donation to help out. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm sure there's people glad I don't turn it on sometimes. While we're doing thank yous and things like that, I want to give a shout out to everybody out on the water right now, and I don't think they can hear us, but without them, this doesn't happen. Amy and her entire crew do, I think, probably the best job in the country as far as rescue, bar none. So we are blessed here. They put in some long hours before they got their lunch break today. I know I was very, very hungry when I got mine, and they went a little bit longer than I did, and can't thank them enough for all they've done today. I know tomorrow will definitely go better, and we'll get lunch at a better hour. But thank you for them. Thank you to the referees, all of our turn judges, pit bosses, everybody here, race directors. What's that? Oh, yeah, the scores without, well, Jan Shaw is on top of that without question. Okay. Sounds like schedule change. All right. All right. Just had a little time added, trying to get the E3 taken care of. They got a rocker arm issue, and they're trying to get that done and get the boat in the pond, get our heat in. But a thank you to everybody here. Thank you to Jill Glass for coming and sitting in this weekend with me. You know, to our race directors, the pit bosses, everybody that works on this event and all of our events. And a big shout out to Paula and Steve Andrew. For those of you that are volunteers, the lunches they put together are killer and so appreciated. If I'd had it a little bit later, I wouldn't have needed dinner, but I want dinner. So thank you to everybody. For those of you on the shore here, thank you for coming out today. Hope you'll come back tomorrow. If you can't, we will be in Brewster, Washington on the 7th and 8th. So come and see us. We're going to do a very similar show. Hopefully we got a few more vintage there. I know we've got a couple more that are intending to be there. Working on a couple more to add to that group. But would love to have you come up there. If you can't do that, Manson, the last weekend of September. We will be down there doing I don't know what year this is on that event. We moved from Chelan up to Manson a number of years ago, and we get treated so well up there. Friday night, we're at Wine Girls doing registration, and then on Saturday night, we do awards there. And it's just a great time for all involved. Great place to run, great community. That will conclude the race year for Region 10 for inboard hydros. The only thing we have going on the inboard side after that will be Mahogany Merlot, which is the first weekend of October, and that is unlimited alone this year. No inboards, just the unlimited vintage. And there's conceivably 13 that could be there. Don't know for sure, don't know particulars. And I'm sitting working with one of the people that will know soon. And I know you're still not sure on that, and that's okay. But if you want to see the unlimiteds, that's your opportunity, and it will just be unlimiteds. And it's 3 days. It's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I will be there calling what's going on in the water, doing interviews. We did a lot of interviews last year. Want to do more this year. That's another thing we haven't talked about is you don't know how many rides they're giving either. And that's one of the big factors in all of this. And trying to interview those people because most of them it's a first time and getting their perspective on what it's like to go out there and go 130 miles an hour or so.
Right. I don't know how many rides there's going to be. I do know that the plan is to have more on water exhibitions of side by side unlimiteds. So I think that, or it's my understanding that we can do 3 wide on the course. So the goal is to do multiple throughout the day, interspersed with putting out riders Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So something to look forward to.
Should be a good weekend.
It should be a really good weekend. It will be different with the limiteds not being there, but it should be interesting and it should be good.
All right. And it'll definitely be different. We haven't had that since I got involved with it, and that's quite a while now. Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's one of the things I'm looking forward to is seeing the reaction from people. I want to know what people say, the spectators that are there, because I know there's some that are there for inboard, some that are there for unlimited only, and some that just love all of it. So, it's, and I'm sure David's in the same position with the museum. They want feedback as well as to what the program is. It is their event, and we as inboarders have to remember that and respect it. So, one of the things that I know Aaron and I have been talking about, I know he was going to talk to David next week, is to see if there might be an opportunity to bring a couple of the inboards over for display. And I don't, wherever that stands, we'll find out when they talk. But, we need to support one another. And it'll, like I say, it'll be interesting. I know I've got to do some homework ahead of time this year because I'm going to need some more information or it's going to be real dead because the unlimiteds don't turn. I mean, we're somewhat slow here in turning heats, but unlimiteds take longer yet because of the size, the limited space that you have. It's not like going to Seafair or Tri-Cities where you got a great big long dock or a series of docks. We don't have that luxury there. So, there's a lot of things that we got to look at, do prep a little different, but put on a good first-class show for people so they want to come back. Whether it's both inboard and unlimited or if it's just unlimited, it doesn't matter. But we got to put on a good show and try and keep people informed. So hopefully everybody will be able to attend some of those. Again, if you're interested in being a part of our huge family, and it is a big family, apba.org is a great resource. You can go on there and look for clubs. You can look for a calendar of events. If you want more information, local information, come and see one of us up here at the tower. We leave the referees alone, but come and see me or Jill. We will talk with you. We'll get information. We'll try and connect you where you need to go to, whether it's outboard, inboard, it doesn't matter. We just invite you to be part of this and enjoy just like we do. And we look forward to being a part of that. Yes, there's also and Jill has some of the APBA Vintage and Historic pamphlets here. As I said, they're available. It tells our story and gives you some contact information. If I remember what I saw, I haven't looked at it for a while, although there is one in my briefcase. But come and get that. If you want a boat, let us know. We'll find something for you because they're out there. There's a number of boats available. I have a list of over 100 right now, and that just went up a couple. So I'll even sell you some. I'm sure I would be better at home if I got rid of some stuff, but there are boats available.
Yeah, but then you just make room for more.
Shh, don't tell anybody that. I'm already looking at other boats. We're not talking about it. I'm always looking at boats. Probably should go to Aaron, and I can take those. I'll see him Monday morning, talking about my son. He and I normally are in the shop at the house at 5:30 on most mornings. They run my old masonry business out of my place still, and I don't know what they're going to do if we sell a house and move. It's going to change the landscape again, and that's
like
definitely
your son better buy the house.
What's that?
Said it sounds like your son better buy the house.
I don't think he can afford it. It's way too much money. It just, every time you hear somebody having something for sale, we've got a house that I built next door for my cousin. I think it was 82. We all moved in the same weekend. Her aunt, her mother and father, and her, and then we moved into our house all on the same day, and it was April 15th in 1982. That house it's a little bitty barn, gambrel roofed barn house. It's a neat little place. Got a couple of barns. It's got an arena. I talked to the realtor on Friday. She's been in a hospital since February and is not coming home. Don't know what the status is, but she's not gonna be back out into the public. And he looked at it again on Friday and had an appraiser there, and he just said, every time I look, the price keeps going up. And I know they were talking at least $1 million, and that's for a little bitty place. It's maybe 1,000 square feet. I don't think it's even that big, on 2.5 acres. So ours is a whole lot more than that. So yeah, it's probably between 2.5 and 3 million. Unfortunately, it's great if you're selling and you got some place that you can go move to and it's less expensive, but that's a lot of money for people to cough up.
It is.
So, and I know my son can't do that. Neither one of them can. So I don't think they could do it together. That's called sweat equity.
Well, while we have a moment, and we were doing some thank yous. Oh, it looks like we're getting ready to go.
All right, 4-minute gun.
Take off.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Green flag.
All right.
We've got our 1.5 stock coming out.
T-boat.
T-boats. So we have T3, Madden Henshaw. T9, Katie Brown. T227, Andrew Strawn. T333, Cannon Cushing. T8, Carson Kelly. T1, Haley Scarborough. And T51, Doug Shelton.
I'm not sure who it is, but we got somebody that's really having trouble getting on plane. That's Carson Kelly. That thing was just glued down and would not get up, and all of a sudden it just popped up.
So we've got 7 of them out there.
Oh, yeah. We'll call it for you as they come down the front chute here. Madden Henshaw in the 3. Katie Brown
in the 9. Cannon Cushing in the 333.
Andrew Strawn. Doug Shelton and Carson Kelly going by on the outside. And our final boat of the group, Haley Scarborough in the one, national high point last year. We got all the young guns out here. Great outboard drivers, and they're making that transition to doing inboard as well.
The minimum age for this class is 14 years of age.
Yeah, I can't take too many of those. I'll get a swelled head. I think he's just sucking up, actually. Okay. Andrew Strawn in the 227 going by on the outside, and inside of him is Cannon. Cushing, Cannon's first day in that boat. Andrew's had a few heats in the 227. Kelly Burnett has also driven that boat, and I think who we got? Oh, Kelly is on the radio. All right, white flag 1 minute. Well, and it's kind of shaken out like you would expect. Got Haley on the inside up there. Looks like, I think, Carson next to her. Doug Shelton Jr. on the outside there. There comes Cannon around the outside like a rocket ship. Carson Kelly coming through there. Oh, no, that was Madden Henshaw that was just outside. I was wrong about that. All right. You see Katie coming around on the outside.
$15 seconds.
He's a little early. It's okay. Oh, jump the gun.
2, 1, mark. Looks like we've got a couple of gun jumpers. We will definitely let you know once our officials advise us.
I'm guessing that we had the first boat was definitely over. That's Cannon.
That's Cannon. It looked like we might have had one other.
All right.
But we will wait
Looks
for official
like Carson
word.
Kelly going to the lead. Andrew Strawn outside. Haley Scarborough in third. Fourth place is Katie Brown. Fifth place looks to be Doug Shelton at this point. Unless I'm way out of whack, we'll find out. Wouldn't be a surprise. All right, Carson Kelly, Andrew Strawn, Haley Scarborough, Madden Henshaw, Katie Brown, Cannon Cushing. And when I said Doug, I don't know what transpired, but I saw him turn and pick up a buoy down here in turn one. So he probably spun to the infield and had to go back and pick it up. Remember, we asked the drivers not to go into the DMZ, which is on each end of the course. Doug's got a nice run going. He had issues, but the boat's getting better. He's getting better.
It's Carson Kelly in the lead with Haley in second, Andrew in third, Katie Brown in fourth.
Well, Haley's gained up. Something happened to Carson.
Uh-oh. Carson's going dead in the water.
Yep, lid went up on the boat. Haley's moved into first place. Up. There he had it fired. Now it's stopped again. Haley Scarborough, first place.
White flag on the course with meaning 1 lap left to go.
Doug Shelton is back a ways.
We've got Katie Brown in second.
Katie Brown, Madden Henshaw.
Andrew Strawn in fourth.
Here comes Cannon Cushing, pride of the Tri-Cities, and Mom and Dad.
Right. It is being called Miss Pateros 2 for the weekend.
Yeah, good run for first weekend in the boat. Only the third heat he's had in that. You see Katie Brown up there going through that turn. Starts to go a little bit sideways as she goes through, and all of a sudden, all right, Haley Scarborough, your winner.
Your winner. Second
Their
place.
second heat.
Your second place goes to Katie Brown in the 9.
Looks like Madden Henshaw third. Andrew Strawn is fourth. That would probably make
Doug
Shelton is probably fifth. And then Cannon Cushing will be sixth, and Carson Kelly is DNF.
Did not finish.
Yep. Cutting it a little bit early there. Oh well. All right.
Again, we've not heard officially that our start is good. We will wait for that word from our referee.
Hey, checker flag on the yellow. Hey, Kip. Kip.
All right. There's a good heat of racing. And as we just saw, Doug Shelton, fifth or sixth. I'm trying to remember now. Never mind. He didn't win.
Yes. I think I screwed that one. Huh? I screwed that one. You screwed the pooch. Okay. So, 1 minute.
So Dad screwed up.
So we've been told that we had 2 jump the gun. Number 333 and number 51 will both be assessed a 1-minute penalty.
Line up on the fence so I can count you, will you please?
But that does not change our first 3.
How many mods we got going out?
All right. And I think Dad admitted he screwed up.
I've got 5.
Okay, do we have 5 radios here? Are you a mod radio? Are you a mod radio? Okay. Here we go.
All right, here comes your countdown momentarily.
2.5 mod. Do we have Les or Jade in the boat?
Les.
Thank you.
And Larissa.
Okay.
There's not enough of. There's only 11.
I got that.
Well, it'd be tough to get 2 and 1. Yeah, it's kind of tight anyway. Yeah.
And how do you say his last name?
Ritz.
Ritz. Like
Preston Ritz.
Right.
Right.
O'Farrell.
2, 1, mark. Green flag.
And
All right.
here they come.
Green flag on the course. And you can hear them. And you can already see that the pace is picking up as we go through the day. This is what you're going to experience tomorrow. That would be Gunnar O'Farrell that's making all the noise.
definitely still not sounding right.
Yeah. Well, you should have seen the flywheel up at Oak Harbor. That was.
It was scary.
Oh yeah. And it's what's weird is that's a motor that he got from Dave Cossette, and those are the best 305s anywhere in the country. And yeah.
That's Les Deathridge going by us.
With the special tune. Justin Burnett in the 225. Hydrochondriac Racing.
Tuned Duratec. Ford Duratec motor. Gunnar O'Farrell in the 21.
It's got a real throaty sound to it.
Marissa Bartels in the 11.
And these boats are all 4 cylinders with the exception of the 21, and that is a 305 V8.
Preston in the 90. Jetson Burnett just went by us in the 225.
Takeoff.
Looks like Gunner's going to pull off into the pits. Things just are not working right. Hopefully he and his crew can get something figured out overnight so he can come out tomorrow.
You know, he might have to go back and just run the unlimited.
He might.
He seems to have better luck.
Yeah.
I know he likes driving that thing.
Gunner likes driving anything.
Well, that's true.
He's taking a page out of the J. Michael Kelly handbook. We have our white flag up as we're inside 1 minute left to go before our start.
Under 20 seconds to the start. And here comes Marissa. You watch that rocket ship come around that corner there. She's close enough. She'll be probably in the lead by the end of the lap. All right, here she comes.
Start. First boat across the line is the 8 with Les Deathridge in the seat.
When the 11 runs right, that thing is a real rocket ship. And you see Les legging it out a little bit right now in the 8, I should say.
Here comes Marissa.
Marissa.
Passing Jetson. She's flying.
Oh, yeah. She wants to make up for what happened on that last heat with her sister.
We've got the 8, the 11, the 2.
Doing a nice job as she's running him down right now. I'm guessing by the end of the back chute, if she keeps this up, she'll be right alongside of him. Might even be before that. Well, might not make it, but she's going to be close. He's driving hard. She's driving even harder. See the nice ride by both of those boats as they come through the turn. Here she comes.
Here she comes.
About ready to overtake him.
Marissa takes the lead.
And she waved goodbye as she went on through. Well, let's just hope everything holds together this time and we don't have a breakdown. All right, 4th place right here. Preston Wrights.
So we've got Marissa Bartels in the 11 in the lead. We've got Les Deathridge in the 8 in 2nd place. We've got Jetson Burnett in the 225 in 3rd. And Preston Wrights in the 90 following him up in 4th.
It's getting a little rough out there.
It's definitely getting rough. They're being bounced. Sloppy water.
Oh, yeah. Well, the later in the day the wind picks up, the slop is running to the shore and back, and you get that many boats out there, it just tears it up. As you know only too well.
Yes. We are on a white flag lap.
Yep.
Getting ready for our checkered flag.
All right, your winner, Marissa Bartels in the 11.
Our 2nd place boat, Les Deathridge in the 8.
In 3rd place, a lot better than he was starting out earlier, Mr. Justin Burnett. We get Preston around here. We'll get a black flag after that. And get ready for whatever is next. I'm not 100% sure.
No. If our schedule is...
It's changed.
It has changed, but it's possible.
Preston Wrights.
It's possible it's the Formula 45s, or it could be the E350s. But we'll see what they call for.
Nice job, Dad.
Fuel injector line came off.
Go home. Landing.
It's been a wonderful day here in Brewster. Excuse me. Whoops. I'm sorry. My mistake. I'm ahead of myself by a couple of weeks. Here in Pateros. My apologies.
I told you.
It happens. I'm sorry. You know, yeah, a little bit of a mind meld there. Um, anyway, let's start this over again. It's been a wonderful day here in Pateros. Thank you so much, everyone, for your participation. Thank you to everyone that has been here to volunteer and support the Terry Troxell Memorial and the Pateros Classic Regatta. We'd like to thank our title sponsor, Strong Racing, Daryl and Vanessa Strong. Without them, this event wouldn't be what it is today. We really appreciate them and everything that they do for our racing family. So if you do see them at some time during this weekend, please go up and say thank you for their support. We'd also like to thank our other sponsors, Brewster Marketplace, Isenhart Excavation, Valor Law Group, Chris Kenner Racing Specialties, KB Marine, Cody's Saloon, Wright's Dollar Store, and Northwest Wholesale. Again, if you know of the people that are involved with those businesses, please go up and say thank you. Without them, our event wouldn't be what it is. We truly appreciate their love and support of our sport. We'd like to say thank you to Candy with the fire department, who has been over selling cotton candy, popcorn, snow cones, and lemonade. I hope she's had a wonderful day selling her refreshments. And I hope many of you took and partake in the wonderful items she had available for your enjoyment. Again, a reminder about the fundraiser dinner tonight for the firefighter of the Pateros Fire Department. All right, here we go with our next heat.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark.
This is our final heat of the day. It'll be our E350s. We've got the E57 with Chris Bertram, the E74 with Rob Hall, the E46 with Rochelle Hill, the E99 with Bryce Todd, the E3 with Jeff Bernard, and the E20 with Kip Brown.
Take off. Take off.
Well, I'm curious because I'm not seeing some radio people I thought I would see. So I'm guessing we're going to be missing a couple of boats this time.
It appears that way, doesn't it? Since I'm only seeing 3.
Well, it looks like probably Bryce and Rob Hall are both out for the weekend now. Looks like both of those motors have expired. But we still got race boats to go out here. Rochelle Hill coming across right now in the Hill Family Racing. The E46, Chris Bertram, Cheetah, Mr. Jeff Bernard in the E3. Been their propensity the last couple of events. They've had some issues with engines and just haven't had the luck that they normally do. Jeff is normally right at the front of the pack. All right. Well, then bad luck continues for for Jeff. It is a 20. I was looking at it, I was thinking, no, that is a 3. Well, it's time for a nap. Actually, it's not. Nah, you're totally right. So I start looking at it. Well, the lines on the boats are quite different. Go ahead.
We're inside 1 minute to our start. So we have Chris Bertram in the 57. We've got Kip Brown in the 20. And we've got Rochelle Hill in the 46.
Yep, and Rochelle is up in turn 2. She's done the park and start. And it worked pretty good last time. See how that goes this time. I think Kip has decided to do a little different, and Chris is too. They all made a pretty good start last time. We'll see how this goes. I know Dave Cosette is over on the radio for Chris Bertram. What is Rochelle doing? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
She's inside the core for some reason. That's not gonna. That's not good.
Just park it.
She must have a problem. There goes Kip with Chris in second.
Well, that's too bad.
That unfortunately, Rochelle has a problem. Her lid is up. She's dead in the water on the infield. Here comes your leader, Kip Brown in the E20. Leading Chris Bertram by basically 2 buoys.
Well, it's funny to see Chris out there running like that, because it's been at least a couple years since he's been out.
Hey, it's like riding a bike.
What's that?
I said it's just like riding a bike.
Yeah. Oh, he's done a great job.
So we only have 1 legal boat on the course.
That's right.
According to our officials, and that is the E20, Kip Brown, who's your leader. The other 2 will be assessed penalties. Oh, and we're losing
Well, and it's
Bertram.
all moot now.
He has now gone dead at the water at the start-finish line. We do have yellow flag up on the course, which indicates to our driver, Kip Brown, that we have a dead boat.
Well, there are days and there are days.
We are on our white flag lap. 1 lap to go. For your leader, Kip Brown. Proud dad of Katie Brown.
Well, this was a lot easier than the last one.
Definitely.
Definitely easier.
As he comes around the final turn to the finish line. Your winner for your E350 second heat of Saturday, the one, the only, the famous Mr. Kip Brown.
You got them all on that one. You got them all. That's perfect. All right.
And that concludes our action on the water today.
All right. 8:45 in the morning, we will have our drivers meeting. We will have boat church or chapel, however you want to call it, 8 o'clock in the picnic pavilion down on the far side of the pits, the south side, lower side of the pits. Randy Christensen will be leading service tomorrow morning. Non-denominational, everyone is welcome. And I can tell you from attending numerous times, it's almost always a good service. It seems to hit things on the head that we all need to hear and think about, whether you believe or not, in the way we live our lives. So please join us for that. 8:45 for our drivers meeting so that everybody can have church, do the other if they want. Get on to the drivers meeting. We should be on the water hopefully no later than 10, but I hope earlier than that. I have not heard. I know they'd like to start earlier. Thank you all for being here today. Don't forget the fire department fundraiser, the Sloppy Joe dinner, $15. All proceeds go to the gentleman that is fighting cancer, the 50-plus year veteran of their fire department here. If you're not with us tomorrow, we thank you for being here today. If you're on the road tonight, be careful. We'd like you to come back. Hopefully you can enjoy the rest of your day. I know we will, and our time together tonight here. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow if you're here. If not, we want to see you soon. Brewster, Manson, maybe Mahogany Merlot, and Chelan in a little over a month. So please enjoy yourselves. Be careful.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.